Advisor at Intas Pharmaceuticals, based at head office Ahmedabad. On behalf of Intas, I welcome you all for this Foxy
क्या
Symbiosis
मत तेरे काम पे बिठा दूंगा मैं।
webinar 9 on the topic Navigating the Challenges of Sexual Health, STIs and Adolescent Health on 9th April 2024. Before starting the webinar, I would like to play lamp lighting ceremony.
Vishal, the audio is not.
Audio is not coming.
Yeah.
Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Monica Singh. Dr. Monica Singh is consultant reproductive medicine, Bhopal Fertility and Endoscopy Center. She is professor at Ellen Medical College, Bhopal. She is managing committee member of ISAR. She is West Zone coordinator of Medical Disorders Committee, FOXY. And also, she is convener of FOXY Symbiosis series and ISAR Perfection series. Over to you, Dr. Monica Singh.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Dr. Vishal. And I think we had some technical glitch because of which the lamp lighting could not be heard, but we saw, and we take the blessings of God Almighty before we begin this program. I begin this program by thanking our, gracious Foxy bearers, because of whom we have been able to create this wonderful webinar series called Symbiosis. As we know, the term symbiosis stands for a fruitful union between two organizations or two ventures, wherein the result is much better than 1+1. It is a multiplication of sorts. So we really thank President Foxy, Dr. Jaideep Tang sir, Secretary General Foxy, Madam Dr. Madhuri Patel, Madam, VP Foxy, Dr. Ajay Mane sir, VP Foxy, Dr. Nirja Batla ma'am, our Chairperson Adolescent Health Committee Foxy, Dr. Supriya Jaiswal, and our Chairperson Sexual Health and STI Committee, Dr. Apurva Kumar Datta, for giving us permission to host this program. Dr. Jaideep Tank, we know, is an illustrious gynecologist and is the President Foxy 24 to 25. Sir is at present busy with some celebrations at home, but he might join us. Can we go to the next slide? I take great pleasure and I'm absolutely delighted to introduce Dr. Madhuri Patel, Madam, who is Secretary General Foxy. And she is the vision of Foxy. She is the image of Foxy. She is the woman behind Foxy, and she is the power behind Foxy. There are so many adjectives to Madam that we fall short of words. But all I can say is, under her leadership and in my journey through Foxy, I have seen the organization just grow and grow and grow, become all-inclusive, become holistic, become very user-friendly, become very, welcoming to all the new people, Foxians who want to join. And it makes Foxian from every corner of the country grow in its wings. We welcome you, Madam, and we invite you to speak a few words, ma'am.
Thank you, Monica, for your kind and warm words. And as you have put correctly, that we have to be inclusive for all the members all over the nation. And that's why Fox is always with all of you. And we have, this mission and vision. And in vision, we always include all of you. And I'm so happy that you all are members, all are committed. 43,000 plus members are committed to women's health. And our programs are going very well, which are, percolating to the community. And that's why we know that our maternal mortality has reduced to 97 per 100,000 live births. And now we are marching towards less than 70 MMR per 100,000 live births by 2030. And I'm sure these efforts are not only by the government, but our organization like Foxy, and of course, our, grassroots level worker who you all are part of this. And I'm appreciating and acknowledging all of you for this, our mission. And there are many other missions like reproductive health and sexual health, rights, we have to work for the rights of the women. So there are many missions in the Foxy. So with this, I would say, dear Dr. Jaideep Tang, our most dynamic, President Foxy, soft spoken, then Dr. Ajay Mane and Dr. Neja Bhatla, my very great friend and Vice President of Foxy, Dr. Supriya and Dr. Apurva Datta with Dr. Neeraj. They are doing fantastic work on the focus on adolescence and sexual health. Then our President, Dr. Anita Srivastava, Bhopal OBGY Society, Dr. Shabana Sultan, Secretary, Convener, Dr. Monita Singh, and VP of Bhopal OBGY Society, Foxy Symbiosis Series, co-convener Dr. Ranveer Singh, who is the managing committee of ESAR and Foxy Symbiosis co-convener, then program coordinator Dr. Manisha Jain, Dr. Nishu Mishra, and our chief guest, none other than Professor Pankaj Talwar, who is the president IFS also, and I've seen in many of the program of our Symbiosis. So I welcome sir to you. Then our guest of honor, Dr. Kanti Bansal, Dr. Manoj Chandani, and our special guest, Dr. Varsha Basse. And of course, we have a great speaker, chairperson, and panelist, Dr. Jayam, Dr. Alka Shetty, Dr. Arshana, Dr. Darshan, Dr. Poonam Lumba, Dr. Rosa, Dr. Renu, Dr. Kiran, Dr. Hina Patel, Dr. Bhavika, Dr. Shukriti, Dr. Varsha Lade, and all my other friends. Very good evening to all of you. And on this eve of Gudi Padwa, Navratra, and Udgi, I wish all of you happy Navratri, happy Gudi Padwa, and happy Udgi. So this is the most, time, on this festival day, we are having the webinar on the women's health, improving the woman health. It is a great, great opportunity to all of us. And today's topics are very, very fantastic. That is, navigating the challenge of sexual health and STIs and adolescent health, then reproductive and sexual needs of young adults, embracing diversity, celebrating LGBTQ identity, then pregnancy, menopause, and sexuality, sex education, and roundtable discussion on adolescent and sexuality, tackling the problem. So most apt topics. And let me tell you that when Dr. Neeraj started with the webinar, and we, as an obstetrician and gynecologist also, we were not aware about this problem of sexual problem. And now, then he really sensitized our members, and that has been benefited to all our patients because we are implementing those, what we have heard and learned to our patient, and they are really getting benefit. And as an adolescent, Dr. Jayam Kannan is there, Dr. Supriya, they have really worked hard for this adolescent. And the adolescent sexuality is really a problem. Even though the age of marriage has increased, but the education has increased and women have become a career oriented. And so it starts from the adolescent health about the sexuality. And it is our duty to tell them that what is sexuality and what are the problems and what can happen, how to face this in future. So it is better to do them a preventive, aspect, that they don't end up with the major problem. So with this, I really say that we have eminent speaker, chairperson, panelists, and expert who will do the justice to this topic, and we'll learn more and more, which will be implemented for our practice for improving women's health. And I congratulate the organizer for the most apt webinar, and I wish them best luck. I always like to quote, two quotes. One is Nelson Mandela and one Benjamin Franklin. Today I will quote about Benjamin Franklin. He says, the investment in the knowledge gives the best interest. So dear friends, let us invest in this knowledge, update ourselves, and give the best to our women. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Madhuri ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Long live Foxy, madam. And
Don't be busy.
and we are so grateful for your presence, ma'am. It means a lot to all of us. Dr. Vishal, can I have the next dignitary CV? Yes. Now I take great pleasure in inviting VP West Zone Vice President Foxy, Dr. Ajay Mane sir, who is also heading the Committee of Sexual Medicine and STIs. Sir is very well known all over India. He is the member of National Inspection and Monitoring Committee of PCPNDT. PCPNDT is creating lots of havoc in MP nowadays. We are having daily meetings with the MP government because of some changes. We will also take the advice of sir. And what is most interesting about Dr. Ajay Mane sir is he is absolutely approachable. He is just a call away, and he gives to all his colleagues and all the people who need him, medico-legal consultation, absolutely free of cost, wherein there are so many people who charge, but he's available to help anybody who needs him. Sir, we are so honored to have you here, and your credentials go on, but now we want to listen to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Monica ji, who is a prominent personality from Bhopal Obgyn Society and the field of infertility, and who is the wife of my very good friend Randir Bhai. So she becomes Bhabi in that relation. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
yeah. Respected Jaideep sir, respected Madhuri ma'am, and my co-VP Nirja, who is not here today, she may join later. The two chairpersons who have conducted
None is
today,
joining.
Supriya ji and Apurva. This is the second generation who is taking care of adolescent. Me belong to the previous generation, and Rosa ma'am was the basic primary generation who took care of the adolescent health. I started my adolescent career. It was basically sex education. And then Rosa ma'am and all the senior members, they have made it as an adolescent health education. So because sex education was having some objections by the parents and all the things, they have made a very good change. And from that day, it has took up and gone to the sky. So sorry. Then Rosa ma'am took me to the national level. I'm very much thankful to Rosa ma'am for that. And now Supriya, Apurva, Girish, Supriya Arwari, all these young generations, along with Manoj and all the chairpersons, they are taking it so many heights. I'm very much thankful to Bhopal Obgyn Society for giving us these two societies chance to conduct a webinar. So Dr. Anita ji, Dr. Shavana ji, thank you very much for that. And the convener of the series, Monica ji, co-convener Dr. Randir ji, and Dr. Manisha ji from Bhopal Obgyn Society, and Dr. Neetu Mishra ji from Bhopal Obgyn Society. Thank you very much for helping and giving the chance. And I welcome today's chief guest, Professor Talwar sir. I'm very happy to see two flags behind him. This is the good presence. Sir, thank you very much for that patriotism shown by you. And I welcome these two guest of honors, my friend Manoj and my old friend Kanti. Old means not by age. My old friend Kanti, she's been seen after a long time. Suddenly she was, and one VP elect from my own state and district, Varsha Baste ma'am from Nashik. And as Madhuri madam said, the topics are very nice. The speakers, one another prominent personality in adolescent from the national level is Dr. J.M. Khanna. Who made this committee very important. She conducted so many public forum for adolescents. At least she has covered 18,000 to 20,000 students, and I have attended so many of programs. So, madam, it was a mammoth work done by you after Rosa ma'am, and I was the national coordinator. So, great personalities today. The convener, co-convener, and the committees. Purva and Supriya, they have called so many good people, Dr. Alka ji, Dr. Archana ji, then Dr. Darshan ji, Dr. Poonam ji, and Rosa ma'am, Renu, Dr. Kiran, Dr. Hina ji, and our own Shabana ji, and our again shining star from Gujarat, Dr. Neeraj, then Dr. Neetu, Manisha ji, Bhavik Khatri again, and Sukriti Sharma and Varsha Lade from Maharashtra. So everybody is coming here to create a good point of view in view of the adolescent health education. Why? Because nowadays, due to these internet connections very easily available on the phones and computer, everybody is having a many misconceptions about the sexuality and the physical relations and the mental relation. They have mismatched everything, and so the problems are there. They are mentally unstable, they are physically infected. Once upon a time, we have implemented one program that was from Foxy only before 20 years, I think. It was ABC. One, A for abstinence, B for be honest to one partner, and if not possible, C, at least use condom every time. That was the basic program. But nowadays, everything is gone. The new generation, they say ki we are in open relations, we are in, I don't remember the terminologies they use, and everything is ruined. And these are the things which ruin their not present life, the future life. So everything, the health is hampered and the young health brigade is hampered. And so the India will be hampered because 2026, we will be having maximum youth in the world. As on today, 76% of the population is below 30 years in India. So that much strength we are having. So just to advise them, just to give them good advice is our duty. And now today we are here together for that. So I congratulate Bhopal Obija Society, Adolescent Health and Sexual Medicine Committee, Apurva and Supriya, for conducting a good webinar through, and the topics are very nice. I don't take too much time. Best luck and my wishes for the success of the webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mane sir. We are very blessed to hear your words. I introduce my VP from North Zone, Dr. Nirja Bhatla ma'am. We all know AIMS Delhi, we all know Nirja Bhatla ma'am. She is a person who is quoted, we read from her books, we know about her work, and she is also Vice President Foxy 2024. Madam has been very active in cervical cancer elimination. The work she has done is phenomenal in the oncology committees of India, both FIGO and Foxy. And we are honored to have you amongst us, ma'am. We can't wait to listen to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction, dear Monica. And thank you very much for inviting me to yet another very happening webinar. And I'm always so delighted to see the multiple committees coming together. And Supriya is a very, very active chairperson. And as well as Apurva, and they make a very good combination. It's great to see all the Bhopal people, Dr. Anitaji and team. It's wonderful to see everybody here. And Dr. Ajay has listed each and every person, so I will not go into all the names, but it's wonderful to see the old friends. Dr. Rosa, Dr. Kanti, Dr. Varsha, Manoj, Ajay. So we are all a lovely group of vice presidents together. And Dr. J.M. Kanan, of course, is our mentor. And Dr. Pankaj, they're good to have the chief guest. Madam Madhuri bhi dikh rahi hai mujhe. So it's really nice to see yet another webinar, very well graced by the dignitaries, very well attended sessions which are teaching so much. And already Dr. Ajay said so well that really not much that I have to add to that. But truly this catching the adolescents and catching them and talking about these sensitive issues is a very, very important thing, because this is almost like a blind spot in our health programs, that we have programs for the kids and we have programs for the married women, but we don't have programs for the adolescents. So that is the problem. And that is where we have to come in, because this is a very vulnerable age, formative years, both of mind and of body. And what they learn, what they imbibe, and what they make as their health-seeking behavior impacts them, and it impacts their families as well. So I think this is going to be a wonderful program. There are excellent talks that are being talked about, the reproductive and sexual needs, and this LGBTQ. This is something which is so important for everything. We started talking also, you mentioned about my cervical cancer, we started talking about it there as well, because it has become a very much a part of our lives, I should say, and we have to embrace this diversity now. So thank you for picking up this very, very important topic. Congratulations and my best wishes.
Thank you, Nirja ma'am. And we were also thrilled when Supriya ma'am suggested this topic of LGBTQ. And because now you are all professors and you are heading colleges, there will be students having gender identity issues. So we should be opening our minds. Dr. Supriya Jaiswal's CV is in front of me. And what can I say about Madam? She is not only a chairperson of the Adolescent Committee of Foxy, which I think is a very, very important committee, but she is the apt person to be chairperson, because she has got so much of compassion, grace, love, and consideration for everyone. So a mentor like her will make every Foxian grow. Her committee is doing phenomenal work. And as we can see, Madam has also been a very important post. She has held very important posts in Patna OBGY Society. At present, she is heading the Adolescent Health Committee. She is very active in ISOPAB as well. And we have seen that she's been awarded with numerous awards and certificates. Madam, can we listen to a few words of blessings from you, please?
Thank you, Dr. Monica. And thank you so much for inviting me for this wonderful Symbiosis program. I'm overwhelmed to hear your words of appreciation. I'm very happy, and I really have a passion to work in the adolescents. Right from my 10 years back, I used to do all the committee activities, school activities. So it is very nice to reach those children who they don't know many things. School health programs are fabulous. If you go, you will find they have many things to ask. If you want, they'll continue to ask you questions. And they have these, as they said, like internet these days, this sexual health is very important. Adolescent sexuality, sexuality health, then this LGBTQ, why I said, because it is a new topic, and these days some homes they have this type of children. So what do we do about that? We have to embrace this diversity. So this is an upcoming topic, very controversial, but then we have to live in the society and help them grow in the society also. Thank you very much, Rosa ma'am, all of you, Randy sir, Talwar sir, and everyone who is present here. Thank you so much, Ajay Mane sir, Kanti madam, Varsha ma'am. It's lovely to see you all. Thank you so much. Jayam madam, Jayam madam, I'm so happy and privileged to be on the same platform as you, because you have done lots and lots of work. Like Rosa ma'am, I am impressed and I have learned lots from you people in adolescent health. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Manoj sir, and everybody present here. Over to you, Dr. Monica.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Supriya, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Supriya ma'am, for giving us this opportunity. And this opportunity is also because of the second chairperson who is gracing this function, Dr. Apurva Kumar Datta. Though he is a young Foxian, a young gynecologist, but the heights that he has reached, many of us cannot reach even in decades. So we really admire you, Dr. Apurva, for chairing the Sexual Health and STI Committee of Foxy, always being there to help your colleagues, always working to strive towards, something better.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Monica ma'am. First of all, I would like to thanks to our dynamic president, Dr. Tang sir, Secretary General Madhuri Patel ma'am, our vice president in charge, Dr. Ajay Mane sir, our guest of honor for today, Mane sir and Neeja ma'am, all the seniors, Talwar sir is there, and we have Manoj Chilani sir is there, a very good senior and friend of mine. Then we have Varsha ma'am and all the seniors. Pranam and good evening to all of you. So when Monica ma'am called me and ma'am told me that we want a topic of adolescence. So why not we club up the sexual medicine committee and we get the different phases of sexual problems which are a lady is facing in their whole life, starting from adolescent to during the pregnancy and during the menopause. So this is a topic which I'm really appreciate, and I'm really thankful to Monica ma'am and the Symbiosis, the organizer, the Bhopal Obese Society, the president Sultana ma'am, the secretary Jan ma'am, and all to bring out this very important topic, because the main thing which is lacking about the sexuality is the awareness. People are not even think of. They are not even the menopausal ladies. Many time the husband is coming with that he is not interested to have a sexual intercourse or have a good sexual relationship. So because people are thinking ki in a menopause you should only go for to have a Bhagwan ke paas and we just finish your life. So it is not like that. Same in case of in case of during the pregnancy. Pregnancy is a self-imposed abstinence is there, and I have seen there's n number of patients and number of people, they have extramarital affairs during the during the pregnancy and postpartum period. So these topics are really, really very important. And what the Supriya ma'am has already stated, that adolescent. Now we have to, there's a report by a very important journal. They have stated that even in India, the 63% of adolescents are the sexually active before attending the age of 18. Now this is actually, we have to think of the importance of the sexuality in case of adolescent also, so that we can prevent those teenage pregnancy and associated with those. So thank you so much for the organizer to bring out this very important topic and making our committee in part of the topic of this very wonderful webinar. So thank you, Monica ma'am. Thank you for being always being there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Purva. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I invite my dear President and dear Secretary of Bhopal Ops Gynae Society, who have always been supportive of my endeavors and have always, encouraged us to do better and better. Dr. Anita Srivastav is heading our society, and she is a very able president, alumnus of GMC Jabalpur and GMC Bhopal, is working at present as a professor at Chirayu Medical College Hospital, Bhopal. She is heading our society in a very dynamic way. And under her leadership, we intend to do a superb VP conference, West Zone VP conference, very soon in the month of July. Over to you, madam.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is very nice to have Dr. Tak, Dr. Madhuri Patel, madam, and all the respected vice presidents, including Ajay Mane sir, who has given us the opportunity to conduct this vice president conference at Bhopal. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Monica. She's doing a very nice job conducting different kind of CMEs and different kind of webinars, and all the time interacting with one another, doing such a very varied kind of things, which one person is doing is almost unimaginable. I'd like to thank Dr. Mane sir for giving us the opportunity. And this webinar is something special to all of us, because this is something which we don't discuss day to day, but we know that each and everyone has got questions about it. Our patients are very much interested in this topic. So I'd like to congratulate Dr. Monica for thinking about this topic and bringing out all the panelists, which are just the stalwart in this field. They are the creators of such an immense knowledge which can be spread to each and everybody in the whole country. Thank you, Monica, for inviting us and collaborating with us for this webinar.
Thank you, Anita ma'am. And now Shabana, who is my little sister, she will also speak a few words. Shabana, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome each and every dignitaries from Bhopal OB-GYN Society. I'm lucky to be a part of Symbiosis series along with my elder sister, Dr. Monica Jindal ma'am. And the topic today we choose is really important. It's a great combination of two committees with a great topic, because in India we are facing so many problems of adolescent girls, especially sexual abuse, and they are also suffering from various mental health problems. So I think today's webinar is going to be very fruitful regarding various great topics and with great speakers. So thank you so much, Monica ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shabana. And I would like to inform Shabana is head of the department of the largest medical college in Bhopal, that is the Gandhi Medical College. They are catering to a huge population. And of course, she is instrumental in, improving the health of women in India. I also thank my co-convener, who's always behind me, beside me, in front of me to guide me. Thank you, Dr. Randhir. And now I would like to, finally come to our chief guest, Dr. Pankaj Talwar, sir, Dr. Professor Pankaj Talwar, who is the, man behind IFS, the vision behind Indian Fertility Society, as well as a very, very high-tech person, a very knowledgeable person. Every time he speaks, you want to note down a few things. You want to record his statements. So that is how, erudite he is, knowledgeable he is. And now he has started multiple things which are, high tech and very digitalized, like iHoma Fertility Clinic, training academies. We always see Sir's flyers on the social media. He's always training. I think he has a passion for teaching. So he is teaching embryology, he is teaching andrology, he is heading a huge fertility society. Sir, as we can see, is PhD in clinical embryology, founder of the Global ART Digital School, and also the founder secretary of the Fertility Preservation Society of India. Sir, your honors and your achievements go on and on, but I think I will give the stage to you to speak, sir.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Monica. It's a great honor for me to be here today, and I think this Symbiosis series is just super, just super. And I think I'll speak few words about everyone present here. Gratitude and thanks to Dr. Madhuri, Dr. Madhuri, Dr. Jaideep is not here, Dr. Jam Madam, Monica, you specifically who has invited me here, Randir, Dr. Supriya, Dr. Rosa, Apurba, Kanti Bansal Madam, Dr. Varsha, Dr. Anita, Dr. Shabana, every one of us who are present here. Thank you so much for inviting me here. You see, what I feel about the whole thing, I fully agree to Dr. Ajay Madam. He said a very beautiful thing, that nowadays we are being directed by the internet. And in case we look at what we are eating every day, we are consuming around 174 times of India worth of information. Though we don't read newspaper, but 174 newspapers we are reading in terms of data input. We are spending around 2 hours and 40 minutes minimum on social media nowadays, all of us, and which is quite nonsensical. Not a very much focused networking, but we just, we are going through various websites. 34 GB of data we are consuming every day. 34 GB is a huge amount of data which goes to our mind. So what is happening is that our youth are pretty young as they are youth, and they're experimenting, and they're prone to make mistakes and keep learning. So they are getting a lot of information from the social media. They are aping the West, and more than that, large number of these young children are staying in nuclear families where there is nobody at home to see what they are doing. So they are with their mobile phones the whole day. The lack of guidance, and what I feel is that their life coach, the life coach of mine, and I think a lot of us here would be our grandparents who taught us what to do the right thing. So parents were working. So nowadays, their life coaches are Instagram. This is what it teaches you what you have to do. And their parents were always influencing. I have to become like my papa, become like my mama, or my elder brother. But nowadays, the influencers are the ones which talk on the podcast, which are on the Facebook media and the LinkedIn and other YouTube medias. So what is happening is that they are trying to ape the people, and they are under tremendous peer pressure to perform well in the life. And I think all of us should watch a movie by Pankaj Tripathi that's on OMG. Oh my God, it's a lovely movie. It combines adolescence and sexual health. It tells us where we all go wrong. And I always feel that actually who is to be blamed for that? It is either it is our duty or duty of the school health systems, or it is the duty of the doctors. So I'll just quote you one small example from my life, which actually put me on my back foot. I always thought that we are the best. We are the best in terms of educating the people. This is my life's changing story, which happened to me in the year 2011. When I got a young boy, he must be around 13 years of age. He had Hodgkin's lymphoma brought by her mother for semen freezing because he needed semen freezing. And this boy was small mush here and there. He was in class 10th or going to 11th class, and very shy boy. Now, I thought I am very good. So I wanted to help him. So I guided him. Look, I couldn't understand anything. And when the mother saw me struggling, the mother said, relax. She took the bottle from me, spoke to her son, कुछ कान में बोला, क्या बोला मेरे को नहीं पता. But the boy went and he came back. He left all the reading material which I was giving to him to go through some books that we always do when people need such literature. The boy went, and within 10 minutes he was back with a bottle of semen sample. That day I was really humbled. I understood that the best counselors can be the mothers. And after that, I've been seeing large number of cases. The way the parents can counsel their children, I think it's remarkable. So what I feel is that we are at the we are at the verge where we don't know what we are doing, and such a beautiful conference which you are doing, Monica. Madam is going to really bring a lot of thoughts in the mind of people, and we'll be able to help the people understand the intricacies of sexual health and adolescent medicine. I think we should now move away from blame game. कौन करेगा, कौन बताएगा? I think we should all get together and we should have more programs of this nature. We always talk about huge things about surgeries and multiple things, but we never focus on the mind. And transgender health is a very major issue which is happening in the uh, public platforms everywhere. So thank you so much for getting everyone together and giving me a chance to speak to all of you. Again, gratitude to all the doyens of Foxy present here. I would have missed few names. I think I missed the name of Apurva Kumar Datta. Thank you so much. And I think that's all from my side. And I wish all the audience, everyone, I'm sure they're going to enjoy this meeting. And all the best to you, Monica.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for the thought-provoking words. And that anecdote was very touching, sir. Very touching indeed. And I really wonder what mother said to the son. I just can't imagine. But you really gave us a lot of food for thought. I now invite our guests of honor. We are very privileged to have none other than Dr. Kanti Bansal amongst us. Now, Madam is one of the pioneers of IVF in India. I remember when we were, very young and, just struggling how to begin ART and begin IVF. Like she is the one who did hand holding, do it, and you are good, you are, you are capable and anybody can do it. You ask me if there's any problem. Come, Monica, we will train you, So she is that sort of a person who takes you along. So, madam, we are very happy that you have come back from US because you have a long way to go amongst us. You have to teach us, you have to teach the juniors, and we can see what a pioneer she is. Now, she is not only very good at assisted reproduction, but she has gone to AI, virtual reality, haptics, awarded by RCOG, has got so much of interest in women's healthcare. Madam, a few words from you, please.
Yeah. So, thank you so much to the entire Foxy team, Dr. Jaideep Tang, Dr. Madhuri Patil, Dr. Ajay, and all the other vice presidents, and most of all to the Bhopal OBGYN Society and my very close and dear friend, Dr. Monica Singh, without whom I think I would not be here to tell the truth. And I think all of you love me so much that I've come back. It's like I don't believe it that I've come back, but I think I've come back for the better of myself and maybe my students as well. So today I'm really very surprised, and also I congratulate Monica and team for having such a lovely, excellent combination of subjects like, adolescent health, sexual health, and STIs. Is a very good combination. We cannot miss anything out of all the three, and they go hand in hand with each one. And before I go further, I would like to really wish all the best to all the people who are contesting, especially Dr. Monica Singh. Even without getting elected right now, she's just contesting, and when she can do so much of work, I can't imagine what will happen. I think Foxy will be flooded with all sorts of programs. So I would just like to say a few things about sexual health in young adults. What is really very important? First and foremost is the education of these young adults. If you educate them well, then maybe we'll have lesser problems and they will benefit more of it. I just remembered one movie which is actually very violent and you won't like to see it, but it had given a lot of education. Bakshak, how the poor girls, orphans are, done to do all bad things in the world. And so we should prevent this. And how can we prevent? It's only with education. The second most important thing for adult sexual health is the contraception. How do they use the contraception? How do they have safe sex, etc.? And then we also have to educate them regarding the consent, which is very important. And nobody can do anything without having consent of each other. Communication is another very important aspect of this sexual health programs, relationship dynamics, and then also mental health is important. Access to this, health care and peer pressure, and also what Dr. Pankaj told just now. I 100% believe in that. The media influence is huge, huge. And as he very rightly said, we don't read newspapers. My husband reads at least 2 or 3 hours of newspaper, and all the time I'm sitting and seeing the WhatsApp of what programs are. So many, all our educative programs are there, but even that takes so much of time. So this media influence is a big influence. So according to me, we should have a very comprehensive approach for the education of our adults and also sexual health. And I think we have fantastic speakers like Dr. Jayam Kannan. I can never forget, because in our days, she was the one who brought up, adult education. And I've heard so much from her. And so they are all going to speak much more than, what we can really tell. And really, really appreciate, Monica, your efforts and the Bhopal, how fantastic. So, you all are so energetic. I really hats off and salute you all. And there is your backbone, Randir. And
Thank you.
he likes my husband more than me, but anyways. And Ajay, you're my young friend. I won't call you my old friend. All of you are my young friends. And so nice to see you all. And may God bless you all. Stay blessed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanti ma'am. Your words are always like nectar to us. And now I invite our guest of honor, Dr. Manoj Chilani. Dr. Manoj Chilani is a very, very close friend of myself and Dr. Randir. We are honored to have him amongst us. And he is also one of the key persons with the confidence of whom I took my baby steps into Foxy, because I was an out and out ART person. How I entered into Foxy, I don't know, but Manoj was one of the very, very big influences. We know he's one of the pioneers of IVF in Raipur. You name the organization and Manoj Chilani is there, whether it is ISAR, whether it is Chhattisgarh chapter of ISAR, whether it is ISOPAP, it is Raipur OBGY Society, it is Yuva Foxy, and even IMA. Manoj, we want to listen to your words of wisdom, please.
Thank you, Monica ma'am. So good evening, everyone, and it's such a pleasure today. One thing I would like to tell you, like I have almost completed 18 years in Foxy, and I'm so lucky today that my 3 past chairpersons are here today. Dr. Madhuri Patel, she was in breast committee. I was the member. Dr. Rosa Olay, madam, she was the chairperson of adolescent committee, and I was the member under her. And Dr. Kanti Bansal, madam, she was the chairperson of endometriosis committee, and I worked under her. So it's really a pleasure to have 3 chairpersons who they have groomed me over the years, and what I have picked. Now I'm a chairperson myself in medical disorder. So I recollect the way they, did their things, the way they led the society, the organization. So I really owe it to them. And we have got the 3 vice presidents now, Dr. Varsha Baste madam, Dr. Ajay Mane, and Dr. Neerja Batla. So great to have 3 leaders, current leaders, and my heartfelt respect to Dr. Talwar sir and Dr. Jayam Kanan ma'am. And my best wishes to Dr. Monica Singh ma'am and Dr. Archana Trivedi ma'am for the forthcoming elections. And coming back to the topic, things have changed dramatically, like in one decade. It's like when Rosa ma'am will recollect, and we have got 2 chairpersons. At the one hand, Dr. Rosa ma'am at that time, and now the Dr. Supriya and Dr. Apurva. Things have really, like, it's really a challenging for the parents also, for everyone to deal with the adolescent. And it's all because of the social media. Things have changed in last 15 years. So it's not that easy. I remember when I went to Coventry at Birmingham in 2013-14 for my IVF training, and I was there in the clinic of recurrent pregnancy loss. So very young couple, I think 18 or something, 18 years of age, they came with the complaint of recurrent pregnancy loss. So the doctors, they were counseling medically. At that time, you can't teach them what to do, what not to do. So things have changed a lot. That counseling part has really changed, and it has become a very, very challenging for all of us.
So these two societies are really very important societies of FOXY, and thanks to both the societies chairperson for bringing this topic. And we are looking forward to today's webinar. So thank you very much. Thank you, Monica ma'am, for inviting me and involving me. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manu Chilani. And now I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Varsha Baste, Vice President-elect from the West Zone. We know what a grueling election it was last year. And she won the contest. She won the VP's post with a smile on her face. Now, she is the reason why every gynecologist is always feeling beautiful and nice. Because Varsha Baste is always right from 7 o'clock in the morning, she's smiling till, and she always teaches one thing. Monica, you try to sleep early. You try to sleep early. And, I'm waiting for the day when I also start sleeping at 10 p.m. like her. Varsha, over to you. You are such a nice person. I can speak volumes about you, but I want to listen to you. We all want to listen to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Monica, darling. I'm really happy to be amongst all the stalwarts of FOXY and all these people who have really worked hard in adolescent health and sexual education. And this webinar of 4-5 hours long, it tells your integrity in delivering best of the knowledge to the FOXians. So I think it will be really successful, and all the amalgamation of this, all the stalwart having depth of knowledge and whatnot. I'm really happy for you, and you are the best couple, I will say, Monica darling and Dr. Ranveer. You are my best friend also, and I really love you both. This webinar is combination of Supriya and Apurva, both dynamic chairpersons, and all the FOXY office bearers. I will not mention many of them because already many have taken the name, but I would like to take name of Anita and Shabana. I had been to Bhopal and I witnessed all the Bhopal OBGYN's behavior and their hospitality and whatnot. So I really love both of them, and I'm happy they're here, and you have conducted webinar with Bhopal OBGY Society. The program coordinators, Manisha Jain, Nita, and chief guest, who else? Apt person, first class, एकदम Dr. Pankaj Talwar, एकदम तलवार लेके ही बैठते हैं knowledge देने को. And I have attended his all the webinars, and I repeatedly attend them, and he is generous not to take any fees from me, and I still keep on learning and updating my knowledge. Kanti Basal is my best friend. What not to say about her. And Manoj Chelani, very dynamic person. All the speaker, Rosa and Jayam Kanan, Madam Pranam, Are Bapre. So many people are here to give great knowledge. AD, best wishes to you. Archana, I call her AD, Archana Divividi, and all other names I will not take because already, and I can see Neeraj Jadhav also. Great friends, great knowledge, great stalwarts, and whatnot. You all will be, and topics are so relevant and so much needed in today's practice. I really wish you all the best. I will not take much of your time because I think everybody has talked a lot, and I was the last of the lot. I can see Ajay Mane, my good dear friend, and many, all are my friends. So I wish you all the best and in your endeavor. Dr. Monica, I wish you all the best. You are the apt person for everything, and I think you should come as a chairperson in FOXY. Dr. Jain Kanan, Madam, Pranam, Dhanyavad. Over to you, organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Varsha, for your loving wishes. It's always a pleasure to have you. And just 1 minute for my beautiful coordinators. You can see two lovely young ladies in front of you. Dr. Manisha Jain, who is also the treasurer of the Bhopal OBGY Society, so the richest person in Bhopal, and Dr. Neetu Mishra, who is, associate professor in AIMS Bhopal, so the most intelligent person in Bhopal. And so you can see how these two bring together a program. Over to you, Dr. Manisha. Session 1 starts.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With the blessings now of all senior dignitaries, we now will begin with the academic session for today on the very important topic of adolescent health. To begin with, we have the first stop on reproductive and sexual needs of young adults. And the speaker is Dr. Jayan Kanan, madam. To chair our session, we have two chairpersons, Dr. Alkash Sethi, madam, and Dr. Archana M. Devidi, ma'am. I'm privileged and honored to welcome you both on this session today. Dr. Alka Sethi Madam is the president of the Jhansi Afghani Society, a very senior consultant and very experienced gynecologist of the city. She has immense experience. She has been the former superintendent. She has been the faculty to various conferences and has been instrumental in organizing the workshop on vaginal hysterectomy held at MLB Medical College, Jhansi. I welcome you, ma'am, for today's session.
Thank you.
Next person, it's my extreme privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Archana M. Devedi, ma'am, who's again president of the Baroda Obscurity Society. She has headed the society in different capacity and has been working in Vadodara for more than 2 decades now. She has special interest in high-risk pregnancy, laparoscopy, vaginal surgery, and has been the recipient of the various awards, special mention, winner of Jagdishri Mishra Award at ISOPA, and again the winner of Best Paper Award at Savva Conference 2016. She is the faculty to various conferences and workshops and committees and has various publications in various journals. I welcome Dr. Archana M. Devedi, ma'am, to today's forum, and over to chairpersons to take over the session. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Monica, for including me in your session. It's lovely to see so many friends, Dr. Rosa, Dr. Kanti. I've been associated with them. Really, they've been to Jhansi, and it's a proud privilege to read out the illustrious CV of Dr. J.M. Kanan. She is Emeritus Professor, Tamil Nadu MGR Medical University, Vice President, FOXI 2018, FOXI Adolescent Health Committee 2013 to 15. She is a Best Committee awardee also. She is the Director, GFC Fertility Center, Trichy and Chennai. Managing Trustee, Garb Raksha Group of Institution. She is recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award in IMA, Tamil Nadu MGR Medical University, Trichy Women Association, Academy of Clinical Embryology. She is the President of Free Legal Aid Center for Women Trichy since 1992. She has been a course director, certificate course in reproductive medicine, FOXI, since 1992. She's a member of PMNHCH, WHO since 2008. Her major achievements are she is the president of India Medical Outstanding Performance in MBBS, winner of 13 medals and so many prizes. She's won the Best Book in Medicine Award 2 times from Government of Tamil Nadu. She is the Best Committee Chairperson, Durusha S.N. Pandit Award and FOXI Community Work. She has written books in medicine, 5 in regional languages and 1 in English. She is the first Indian recipient of the prestigious RCOG Award for Distinguished Service 2018. And there are many more accolades, but I think these are few of your achievements, madam. And now we are eagerly waiting to listen to you. Please start your deliberation. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation of my work. May I be allowed to share my screen? Yes. When I was asked to speak this topic, I thought it is going to be such an easy topic. My God, Monica, you really made me work for about 1 week because adolescent, yes. Adult, yes. You are given young adult. So that is one thing. I really applaud you for this topic you have given me. And the needs of this thing is very specific, reproductive and sexual. So let me try to see whether I can fit in with your frame, which you have given me. At the end, tell me whether I fit the frame properly. India has already taken over China on 2023 April at night 9 p.m. by surpassing the China population. Is it that only? The estimation of adolescent and young adult on 2015 for 2020 was 370 million young people, supposed to be the largest. Did we keep that? Did we do anything else? No, we have doubled it up with 730 population in 2022. And you can see the life, expectancy, which has hugely gone up in so many places also. However, there is a small depression world over, to India particularly. You see that by 2023, the population of below 40, which 1991 was so good, 2021 was okay, 2031 is going down, and in 2036, we are going to be only 42.9% of the young population compared to what we are, 52 point. We are going to reduce. It's due to the reducing fertility index. Natalia Cannon this March said, please invest in women, inspire her inclusion, promote her prosperity. Girls, if they get married earlier, they are deprived of the chance of finishing the school, securing employment and economic uplift. So the adolescent young adult programs, which has been the topic given to me by Monica Singh, Apurva and Supriya, is responsive to their needs and give them the feelings of give respect to their experience. Persons with special needs, HIV positive ones, and those who live in poverty, please attend them carefully. Now, who is an young adult? By definition, as per given to me in this 9th semi-webinar, young adult is 18 to 26 years. It's a critical period of development with a long-lasting effect of the whole life of the person and to the country also. Many are by this time parents, and they also lead to the next healthy generation come ahead. What is the pattern of change that we are meeting in this AOA in the last 10 years? India has not given much details, whereas I took the details from United States and says, it looks at this AOA population 18 to 26, they look for more of employment prospects for the best of the rest of their life. The cost of college education has gone up very substantially. Many students are finding it difficult to finance it at this age. The entry-level jobs are also becoming very tough. They used to proudly say, I had a campus interview and entered Infosys, Tata, everything. But now it is not so easy. Partnership and parenting patterns have also shifted a lot substantially for a better scale. That is what is being said by the AOA population now. What are the factors that affect the AOA population now is mainly whether are they at 18 years or are they nearing the 26 years? What is the school status they had? Is there of males or females? Are they living in the urban or rural area? Are they having the sexual activity or not? Are they concentrating only on their promotional work? And what is the family background that they are in? What is the role of their parents in their life? Is all the ones that promote the reproductive health of the AYAs. Now, who can deliver this health education, sex health education for these people? First one is the parent, ideally the mother. The mother, even at the age of 4 or 5, starts saying, where is your ear, where is your eyes, where is your lip, where is your nose, like that. If she starts also giving little importance to the reproductive organs, it will be very good. And slowly by 7 or 8 years, the mother can step up by talking about good touch, bad touch, and also talk about what is sexual health and reproductive health. And also talk to them by when they are coming to 10 and 11 years, talk about their emotional relations and their responsibilities. And by menarche, puberty, they can easily tell them when the girl should give a consent for a sexual life. Right. Can anybody else support them in this place? Yes. Society can support, we doctors can support. But however, it has been banned to implement sex education. Gujarat, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. Correct me if I am wrong in this way. Now, adolescent means the first thing is getting them married, which is the, I think, running in the minds of every parent society. What happens when they get married? It drops their golden period of a good life. They get more threatened than loved. More of domestic violence starts by this age. When we look at this marriage prevalence, you can see the darker areas of West Bengal, east of India, some of the areas of Andhra Pradesh, and also in the Maharashtra areas, where it is nearly 20 to 40%. Tamil Nadu in that way is a little better than many of these areas. Now, is there violation of sexual reproductive health rights by getting early married? Yes. When 21% in the Tripura and 31% in Tripura and 28% in West Bengal are getting married, it all depends on their residence area, wealth status, economic status, mass media exposure, and education. We are having so much of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao programs, Balika Samriddhi Yojana programs, which has really made a very small edge on this. However, wealth of the family and wealth of that young adult is very, very important to make a difference in their sexual and reproductive needs. A little rise in their economic uplift makes the sexual reproductive problems go down very much thanks to the wealth and the girls' education. Now, we have talked about AOA. Now we are talking about marriage. That has mean married AOA is different entity compared to the unmarried sexually active or sexually inactive AOA. Yes, the married AOA is forced into coercive sex and domestic violence. They spend because they are made to sit at home. They spend more time online. The digital problems which Pankaj Talwar and Ajay Mane talked about. Online dating, sexing, virtual sex are all going on, especially with the married AOA, which may be a surprise to many part of this way. And this is not happening more in metro cities, but in downtowns and districts and little up in the rural areas also, it is coming up. Now, what is the problem of this marriage once? Yes, they start getting into early pregnancy and childbirth problems, HIV and sexually transmitted diseases, unintended injuries, also go in for malnutrition, and psychological depression leads them on to eating disorders also. To talk about the mental health, India, the suicidal tendencies are really going up in this AOA population. 40% of the men and 56% of women death are in the age group of 15 to 29 years. Now coming to the reproductive health. That means taking care of the uterus and other reproductive organs. 94% of these people are well aware of the contraceptive needs, contraceptive devices which are available. But how much they use? It is only around 20% they are used. Unplanned pregnancies contribute to 14% of pregnancies. 35% of the married AOA have problems, and they also have sexually transmitted infection. Now, the first reproductive health problem that comes into anybody's mind is menstrual health. Availability of water, the social stigma attached to the menstruation, availability of the sanitation and hygiene facilities, all of them make these girls think of using this common one which has to be used, leave alone the various other types of dressing, all the other things. But even this is not so easily available, so that there is increase in the school dropouts, which has to be prevented. Anemia cannot be taken away from any set of population of our country, and anemia is also alarming in these women in the reproductive age, even though it has been found to come down by 1/3, but still we are 35%. What should we do? If we have to support the need of the anemic, probably we have to look at the food fortifications, which is incredibly successful in many parts of the world. And probably India also should think of this fortification also. The next one is, as the country is facing through so much of these drugs, narcotics and other things, we all know well, substance abuse is the order of the day. And we have to go length and breadth to get this down. 30% of the boys, girls even up to 4% are using. Alcohol use starts as early as 13 years. Any form of tobacco smoking starts as early as 12 years. Addiction drugs are up. We don't know at what age they are starting. We don't have this. Next, which we have to talk about in the AOA population is about the masturbation behavior. We all feel less comfortable to talk about this masturbation, but we have to make the students, especially the population between 18 to 26, if they are remaining unmarried, that it is a normal thing. A man really feels after a masturbation, he feels relaxed. But what happens to a girl? She feels ashamed. She feels shy, that as though she has committed a crime. And she should be made to personally talk about it to health professionals. And we have a distinct role to play and to make them feel that this sort of a behavior is part of a normal behavior at any time in their life. Next comes the dreaded AIDS problem, which has been there for the past 35 years. And in India, we know the second largest contributor of HIV in the world, and we lose so many people. 23 lakhs are there, and we lose about 1,50,000 in 2005. Now we are losing about 60 to 70,000 per year due to HIV. And still, 2019 to 2022, we have not had a good reduction in the number of cases. It is only 7,000 reduction per year. The major contributors are Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka being the top where we have to concentrate more. Yes, government is going length and breadth with the NACO work, and they are ready to support these HIV patients at any part with the district level, village level, street level, house level also they are willing to help if only the HIV suspected person is willing to seek the help of anybody. Yes, with all these things, the flare is on the depression and anxiety, which is also caused by the changes that happens between the age of 18 to 20. They have to change the schools +2 to college. They have to start college education, change the life pattern, get it better for the future of their country. If they have not done better, they are being bullied. That leads on to substance misuse, and the stress of this puberty and menstrual problems are also giving them a lot of problems, resulting in juggling every day with the responsibility of the school work, body work, and relationship work. All these things factors contribute to a lot of negative thoughts for them. On the part of the girls in the AOA population, the message they get about sexual reproductive health, fertility, and womanhood are all very good, but still they have a lot of taboos which has to be taken away from this to make them sit erect with what they like to do. On the side of boys, once they reach puberty, they feel they are men. They feel they are masculinized, and they are willing to take all the risky procedures, violence, and even unsafe sex. And this has been, they are also start doing paid works. That is how we get a lot of people of Bihar, northeast of people coming down to Tamil Nadu to earn better, and Tamil Nadu people going to Delhi and Maharashtra to earn better. This sort of this thing leads them to give rise to a lot of problems because they are isolated in the society, and their church has to look into that. With all these things, if a girl comes and asks you what is normal sex, are we able to answer them? No, we don't have the definition of a normal sex, and whatever we think about a sex without any disturbance is a normal sex. So the SRH needs have to be there, right from puberty down to the menstrual health, contraceptive using, safe sexual practices, prevention of sexually transmitted diseases, and delivery and post-delivery family planning also. For about the youth, what are the types of SRH work we are having in India is the RKSK, which started in 2014, going on very well. Then RYSK, which started also going on well. Now we have the School Health Wellness Program 2020, and PMBJP is also there, which is also coming up very nicely. Is that all which is available from the government? We do have adolescent health clinics, National AIDS Control Program, Red Ribbon Clubs, Teen Clubs, which are also available for students, girls and boys who are not going to school. They are otherwise in some other place. They can go to these also if they are not able to go to the government side. Now, with all the adolescent reproductive health supported by parents, teachers, and society, has this helped in any of the fulfillment testing? Yes, to a small extent, we will say that 20% of the menstrual problems and the schooling rate has gone up. They are able to be better. And the lower one are finding it still difficult in 40% of the cases to use the hygiene method, whereas the wealthy ones are able to use it better. Now coming to the internet online, which is becoming a dreadbearer, what everybody is worried about. We, especially with the COVID times, we had so many sexual reproductive health problems which occurred in all the WhatsApp groups, platforms, and other things, with so much of cyberbullying. And the government of India last month has banned nearly 18 OTT platforms, 19 websites, and 10 apps, some of them which I have given, so that the adolescent health is kept better. Contraceptive needs, yes. The best is barrier one, so that they are able to take care of the sexually transmitted diseases also. We do have, for the wealthy society, implants, injections, and there are many people who are also looking into IUDs, patches, rings. But still the oral contraceptive pills and progesterone-only pills remain the best. And this year, US has approved the progesterone-only pill with not just still, and this is going to be available in the couple of months in USA. Probably India also will be looking for this soon. Make healthy decision. No one should be forced. Medical counseling should be the best. Use of alcohol should be discouraged. Too many teens having sexual life without any meaningful work is to be received. They all should be allowed to learn, wait for sex, and make them understand the sex has got health risks. And we also talk to some of the mothers, teachers, and the students. Mothers always feel that they are not able to do the work. They feel less confident to deliver this thing. The student says the teacher doesn't know what to tell us. He doesn't answer some of our questions very clearly. Please keep a question box. We will put the questions. Let the teacher or any expert answer. This is one of the best suggestions to give the separates. Now, if you have a 19-year-old boy, can he have a sex with 16-year-old girl? No, this is coming under POCSO Act, and these young adults should be made very clearly drilled that they have to handle the situation properly. If a mother, when she enters in the morning in the 18-year-old room and look at for a morning pill and 6 books, should she be agitated? She should not be agitated. She should find a ways by which she can alter herself. The parents should alter themselves to the needs of the children. Risky sexual behavior is making the world bad. But by that I mean more than one partner is there in 23% of the men and in women also. As I said, the displaced adolescent and young women find it very difficult, and they have to support it very clearly with the proper work by the SRH services. Next comes pornography. It has become the part of the digital platform, which we cannot avoid. And talking about pornography in all our adolescent sex education programs, which we started about 15 years ago with Rosa Valia, should include talk about pornography also, which we did not do at that time. I accept. The young adult should know that they have to have a partner support, but have a partner who is a proper partner. Artificial intelligence is coming up a big way. Maybe it takes about a few years for us to give decisions on this in the role of it. And all this SRH should be able to retain the girls in the schools, give access for them to the education, allow them to have higher education, and this thing get away from the economical distance. And there is also a video which has been released recently by the Advanced Family Planning local partner with a Japaigo. And if you could get this video, it should be easy for you with the video and the fact sheets, and that should be able to help you better. To end my session, the key issues of the adolescent and reproductive health of the young adult is focus on sexuality, reproductive aspects, violence, and mental health, and also the continued impact of the COVID. The key solution which we have so far adopted are leveraging the youth networks, government institutions being assisted by all of our doctors, digitization of the contents in the proper way, counseling and referral. The way forward key recommendations are acknowledge their sexuality appropriately, give support to the young people, conduct gender-based analysis, include youth in all our programs so that they are able to spell out with their own difficulties and make our programs successful. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Supriya. Thank you, Abhurva. And to all the Bhopal Society for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be back with you and give this lecture to you. Thank you. Hope I have done my justice.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much. I mean, this is seems to be an easy topic. I know it was very difficult to cover so many aspects, and madam, it is like a burning issue which is coming. It is going to be a more of an epidemic in coming days, coming years. So, as you rightly said, that it is a typical experience, a range of emotions, adjustments which a youth is undergoing while navigating through the emotional, physical, and sexual desire, all the needs combined in toto. And young is the word which is subjected to all in the world with this panic, media, peer pressure. There are so many things. So I think, madam, you had a word respectful. Dealing with the adolescent or the young adults is the best part, because I think we as care providers become more judgmental. Okay, she is like that. That is why she's into that soup. I mean, that is the thing we need to change in ourselves as a care provider, being more listening, more empathy, probably. That is going to let them open up more. And parental education is a very important part. And you rightly said, madam, the condoms, the barrier methods should be reinforced to prevent the rising incidence of HIV and so many sexually transmitted diseases. I mean, I'm honored to listen to you, ma'am, and touching this very important subject. Supriya ma'am, Monica, and Bhopal team, Dr. Anita ma'am, Dr. Shabana, Dr. Ajay Manes sir. I mean, it has been a real learning experience, touching every practical point. Jayam madam, it's always good to hear and learn from you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam.
Actually, with your lovely summing up, I feel I have passed this test.
Oh my God.
Yeah, ma'am, we are blessed to listen to you.
Yes,
It was
yes.
phenomenal talk.
To
Yeah,
talk in
I still
present
remember.
also, Rosa, is something so difficult, you know. I have been a member under her for 4 years because her term of adolescent was 4 years. So I was there with her. How much I learned from her is something.
Jayam, you've done such great work as a chairperson. Honestly, I mean, it's so nice of you to speak this way, but you've really taken the adolescent committee, and your talk today was really a good learning, especially now that things are changing. And I do admire that you take time out and you prepare 1 week for this talk.
Yes.
I mean, for me, when Supriya always asks me, I said, I'm so busy with my infertility and all other things. Please continue, Monica. I don't want to come in between your way.
No, but Rosa ma'am, I'll second ma'am that I have also learned a lot seeing you from afar, and that time social media, nothing was there, and we appreciate the work you did. It's
Thank you, Archana. Thank
we
you,
really learned a lot. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
It was
The books and pamphlets are still circulating, Dr. Rosa. I was also a member.
Kaiko, good to see you. I'll come to Jhansi very soon. I'm planning.
Definitely.
Lovely to see you.
I think that on behalf of Alka ma'am and myself, I would thank everybody for giving us this opportunity. We should take the session further. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair ma'am, for putting those wonderful figures before us. It's really the mind stimulating and really need for the call for nation to make some policy amendments. Now we move forward to our next, again, a very burning topic, embracing diversities, celebrating LGBTQ identities. And to take this session, we have got Supriya Jaiswal madam with us. And to chair his session, I'm really privileged and honored and really feeling proud to invite and welcome my chairpersons today, Dr. Rosa Aulia ma'am. This is little change and shift in the program today, and Dr. Darshan Vardekar sir. Dr. Rosa Aulia ma'am again is a very senior and experienced. We have been listening to her since morning. She's again a very eminent gynecologist and director of Olia Hospital Research Center and president-elect Olia Obsgyne Society. Madam has immense interest in adolescent health that we have seen since the session started. She has immense contribution as WHO consultant and the expert panel to form the global guidelines on adolescent and sexual health and reproductive health at Geneva. She has been the FIGO representative to WHO session at the FIGO World Congress on special session on preconception care. Madam is a recipient of various awards and has published various chapters and various
Thank you,
articles.
Manisha.
I
Thank you,
welcome you, ma'am, to today's session. Our next chairperson is Dr. Darshan Bardekar, sir. He's again a very senior gynecologist, a very experienced, and he's president of the Surat Obscani Society and treasurer of the Gen Doctor Federation. By looking at the slogan that he has put in the beginning, learn, teach, treat, and raise the level of healthcare in society, just reflects how passionate he is about teaching. And he has trained more than 500 gynecologists nationally and internationally. So we really welcome and look forward to your rich experience of chairpersons to chair the session. And Dr. Poonam Numa Madam is unfortunately not able to join us today. So I hand over the session to our chairpersons. I request Dr. Rosa Olio ma'am to please take forward and introduce our speaker. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Manisha, at the outset, and for the kind introduction. And of course, I must say that Monica and Randir have been doing great work together. And it's so good to see you bringing love, unity in Bhopal society and having a good team with Dr. Anita Srivastav and Shabana Sultan with you. A society progresses when there is love, unity, respect, and that's why we're so proud of Bhopal society doing a national conference in Madhya Pradesh for the first time. I mean, of course, we had before, but in Bhopal is for the first time, and I would like all of you to support this under Dr. Ajay Mane, the Vice President, the beautiful Ajay, who's so hardworking, so meticulous. I mean, I see the messages. He replies so immediately, and I'm so proud of you, Ajay. I've been together with you. We both have learned and grown together. I won't say you were my national coordinator, so we work together as a team. And I know that the committee award goes to friends like you, Dr. Jayam Kannan, who was working with me as a team together. So the days now is to work as a team together. Alka Sethi, I visited you in Jhansi, and such a beautiful CME. Again, with love, unity, everything works together. I also see that we have, well, I think Varsha Lade is here. Lovely to see you. And of course, the other friends who are there. So let's come to my beautiful Supriya, who's right now the able chairperson of the Adolescent Health Committee, FOXY. Well, we all know her, but for those young gynecologists who are here and they're striving to be chairpersons, let me talk about her. She is at present the Vice President of Patna Obstetric Gynec Society, chairperson, of course, the Adolescent Health Committee. She's got another 2 years to go for. She has been the Joint Secretary of SOVI Bihar and Jharkhand chapter, Chief Consultant, SM Hospital, Patna, Executive Member of Center, ISOPAV. When I read through her resume, I feel that she's been not only in ISOPAV, FOXY, ISAR, IAGE, she's been doing the best. She has got the best award for the P. John and Dr. G.V.N. Murthy Award of the best short paper in obstetrics. So she's been the recipient of number of awards and a lot of appreciation. I won't go into detail of it. So we all know you. The lectures and the topic you have selected, I know it's not easy to make a lecture, it takes time. And you have taken that time to do a different change in the language of adolescent, where we talk about, as Ajay very beautifully said, things have changed. Topics are now with, LGBT identities, talking about these things. And I know we have friends coming up with a beautiful document, new document, Ajay and Jana, we had done on adolescent friendly health centers. Now the document is being changed. Supriya is doing an excellent work with Dr. Jaydeep Tank. We are both in the core group. And I'm sure we'll come up with beautiful guidelines where you all can use in your clinic, especially the general gynecologist. So over to you, Supriya. I won't come in between your lecture because I know it's something very, very interesting. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Rosa ma'am, for so liberally and generously in introducing me and talking words of appreciation for me. Thank you so much. You elevate me. And I'm so happy, thankful to Dr. Monica since she's vibrant and she talks so well. I really like the way you address people. So it's lovely to have you, and thank you for inviting me. I really take the opportunity to also thank the Bhopal OBGY Society, Dr. Anita Srivastava and Dr. Shabana. They are such lovely people, and they have silently have done everything and they supported this program so well. And the coordinators are beautiful, the Dr. Manisha and Dr. Neetu. So I'll start my screen sharing, and thank you everyone who have given me this opportunity. So I just share my screen. Is it seen?
Yes, it's seen. Yes, Rubia, very nice.
Okay. That's it. Yeah. So I begin. A very good evening to everyone. This is a very, very different topic that I have selected, and Dr. Monica also encouraged me for this. So embracing diversity, celebrating LGBTQ identities. So LGBTQ is an acronym that stands for lesbians, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer questioning individuals. It represents a diverse community of people with non-heteronormative sexual orientation or gender identities. The prevalence of LGBTQ individuals varies by region and culture. There are many studies that suggest that a significant portion of the population identifies as LGBTQ, which with estimates ranging from 2% to 10% of the global population. There are several laws. Laws regarding LGBTQ rights and protection vary widely around the world. It is very different in different parts of the world. While some countries have made significant strides in legalizing same-sex marriage, protecting LGBTQ individuals from discrimination, and recognizing gender identity, others still have discriminatory laws and policies that marginalize these individuals. The social status of these individuals often face social stigma, discrimination, and prejudice based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. They may experience challenges in accessing healthcare, education, employment, and other services due to social attitudes and biases. The difficulties they face a range of challenges, including discrimination, as I said, violence, mental health issues. The most painful is homelessness, family rejection, and lack of legal protection. These are the things when you live a life in the society, the homelessness, the family rejection is too painful. The transgender individuals, in particular, often face unique challenges related to gender affirmation, healthcare access, and societal acceptance. But acceptance of LGBTQ individuals has been increasing in many parts of the world, with growing support for their rights, visibility in media and culture, and advocacy efforts. However, acceptance levels vary, and these LGBTQ individuals may still face this discrimination in some communities. Now, what about the Indian scenario? In the Indian context, what happened is LGBTQ individuals have faced a complex social, cultural, and legal landscape that has evolved over time. Historical context, when we talk about that, traditionally, India has a diverse range of gender and sexual identities reflected in its rich cultural history. However, colonial era laws criminalized same-sex relationships. Under Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code, contributing to stigma and discrimination against LGBTQ individuals. In a landmark ruling in 2018, the Indian Supreme Court decriminalized consensual same-sex relationships, overturning Section 377 and affirming the rights of LGBTQ individuals. This decision was a significant step forward for the individuals' right in India. Despite legal progress, LGBTQ individuals in India still face social stigma, discrimination, and violence. Let the law change, but the mentality of the patient is not very easy to change. The family rejection, as I said, workplace discrimination, and lack of access to healthcare services are common challenges faced by these communities. Now, LGBTQ activists and organizations in India have been instrumental in raising awareness, advocating for equal rights, and providing support services for these individuals. Pride events like week awareness campaigns were done, and advocacy efforts have helped foster greater acceptance and visibility for these communities. The future for LGBTQ individuals in India holds promise with increasing visibility, acceptance, and legal protection. Continued advocacy, you have to be sustained in your efforts. Education and community support are crucial in advancing LGBTQ rights and creating a more inclusive society in which all individuals are valued and respected. While progress has been made in advancing their rights in India, there is still work to be done to address systemic discrimination and ensure equal rights and opportunities for these LGBTQ individuals across the country. Continued efforts towards social acceptance, legal protections, and access to healthcare and support services are essential in creating a more inclusive and equitable society for all. The key points to consider when discussing LGBTQ issues with adolescents. What happened when an adolescents come to know about themselves? Adolescence is a time when individuals are exploring their own identities, including sexual orientation and gender identity. Now, LGBTQ adolescents may face confusion, fear, and stigma as they come to understand and accept themselves. The mental health of these adolescents are at a higher risk for mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts compared to their heterosexual, sexual, and cisgender peers. It is essential to provide them with support and access to mental health services because these adolescents, they don't know. They are very scared why I am different from others. So we need creating safe and supportive environments at home, in school, and in the community. It is crucial for the well-being of these LGBTQ adolescents. Supportive adults, inclusive policies, and affirming spaces can make a significant differences in their lives. Bullying and discrimination. This is faced by so many of LGBTQ adolescents. They are at a higher risk of facing this harassment and discrimination. It is important to address and combat these negative behaviors to ensure the safety and well-being of this LGBTQ youth. Coming out is a personal and ongoing process for these individuals. It is essential to respect their autonomy and provide a supportive and accepting environment for them to come out of on their own terms. Providing LGBTQ positive inclusive sex education, access to friendly healthcare providers, and resources such as LGBTQ support groups can help adolescents navigate their identities and experiences. Overall, supporting LGBTQ adolescents require creating inclusive and affirming environments. By being informed, empathetic, and supportive, we can help these adolescents thrive and reach their full potential. Some of the key challenges that they face is, as we have continued sustained discrimination and stigma is seen everywhere, bullying and harassment, family rejection, mental health issues. They are bound to have the mental health issues because they face a different situation in their lives. There is lack of supportive resources, intersectional challenges, legal and policy barriers, religious and cultural factors that they face. So these adolescents face unique challenges that can impact their mental health and well-being. Some key factors are like higher rates of mental health issues. As we said, they are at a higher risk of experiencing Mental health issues such as depression. Naturally, the person, the child, the adolescent who feels, I'm different from my peers. Parents don't like me. I am rejected. People don't accept me. They face depression, anxiety. They try to harm themselves silently. Self-harm and suicidal thoughts compared to their heterosexual and cisgender peers. Social isolation. These adolescents may experience social isolation, loneliness. Nobody talks to them. They are looked down upon. So, and a lack of support from their peers. No friends, they want to make friends with them. Family also, they said, you are different. They, out of the 4 children, if one is this transgender, the family also rejects and the community members. This can lead to feeling of alienation and disconnection, which can negatively impact their mental health. So the adolescents are at a higher risk of experiencing these harassment, violence, both in person or on and online. This can have a significant impact on their mental well-being and contribute to feeling of fear, anxiety, and low self-esteem. Now, the family rejection, as I said, this is the worst part of it, or lack of acceptance can be significant stressor for these LGBTQ adolescents and contribute to mental health issues such as depression and anxiety. Supportive family relationships are essential for the well-being of these youth. Now, these adolescents may internalize the stigma and discrimination they face, leading to a feeling of shame, self-doubt. They doubt their own personality. They don't know who they are and how they have to live, how they should behave, and low self-worth. This internalized stigma they are facing within themselves can impact their mental health and contribute to the negative outcomes. They can do anything. So that adolescents may have limited access to LGBTQ affirming mental health services, support groups, and resources because they are unaware of it. It is important to provide access to culturally competent and inclusive support for these people. Now, the adolescents who belong to the marginalized groups based on race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or disability may face compounded challenges that impact their mental health. On one hand, they are the transgender, and the other hand, still they have to face these social issues. So it is important to consider the intersectionality of their identities when providing support. You have to see which group they belong to. And despite the challenges they face, many adolescents demonstrate resilience, strength, and creativity in navigating their identities and experience. They try to be bold. It is important to recognize and celebrate their strength. Once a transgender tries to do something good, you have to celebrate their strength and empower them to thrive. So, LGBTQ rights refer to the legal and social rights of lesbians, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer individuals. Over the years, there have been significant legal developments regarding their rights around the world. So this decriminalization of homosexuality, many countries have decriminalized homosexuality over the years. There are still some countries where this is illegal and may be punished by law. Marriage equality in several countries, same-sex marriage has been legalized, granting LGBTQ individuals the right to marry and enjoy the legal benefits that come from with marriage. This has been a significant milestone in the fight for LGBTQ rights. Then many countries have laws prohibiting discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity in areas such as employment, housing, and public accommodations. Then these individuals and couples have gained the right to adopt children. This is very important. And they have got also the parental rights in many jurisdictions. However, there are still places where restrictions exist. Laws have also been enacted to ensure that LGBTQ individuals have equal access to healthcare services without facing discrimination. They also specify laws that enhance penalties for crimes committed on the basis of a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. So these are the ways that they are protected. It is also somewhere it is easier for the individuals to legally change their gender marker or official documents to align with their gender identity. Conversion therapy, several jurisdictions have banned the practice of conversion therapy, which aims to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity and has been widely discredited as harmful. So despite progress, these LGBTQ individuals still face challenges like the same discrimination, violence, and lack of legal protection in many parts of the world. Advocacy groups continue to work towards achieving full equality and protection of the LGBTQ individuals. Now, so the supporting LGBTQ individuals in achieving their rights and fostering a more inclusive society involves collective efforts at both the individual and societal levels. That is education and awareness. That is the need of the day, and many things that people are unaware. We have to educate them and make them aware. Advocacy is another very important theme that during this presidential year, Dr. Jaideep Tank is really promoting advocacy and support, creating self spaces, respect and affirmation, legal protection, healthcare access. By taking these actions, individuals and societies can contribute to creating a more equitable, inclusive, and supportive environment for these LGBTQ individuals and help them achieve their rights and full acceptance in the society. So the representation of these individuals in the media plays a significant role in shaping societal attitudes, perceptions, and understanding of these issues, visibility and presentation. So what we see, we believe. So media representation can increase the visibility of these individuals and help challenge stereotypes and misconceptions. Positive and diverse representations of LGBTQ characters and storylines can promote empathy, understanding, and acceptance among audiences. So these are the media portrayal of LGBTQ individuals can influence public attitudes. As we know, we see the YouTube, we see the social media, and these really work. So positive and authentic portrayals can help combat stigma and discrimination, while negative or stereotypal representation can reinforce harmful biases. So inclusive media representation can contribute to the normalization of the LGBTQ individuals and relationships, promoting a more inclusive and accepting society. So by increasing the LGBTQ characters in various genres and formats, media can reflect the diversity of human experiences. So media advocacy is needed, progress and challenges that while there have been positive strides in this representation, in recent years, there is still a need for gender diversity, inclusion, and authentic storytelling in the media, continued advocacy. So we have to help them sustain in a sustained way, and dialogue can help address gaps, challenge stereotypes, and promote positive change in media representation. So, by promoting authentic, respectful, and inclusive portrayals of LGBTQ individuals in the media, we can contribute to a more equitable, understanding, and accepting society for all. So, the general trends and topics that have been prominent in the LGBTQ rights movement was legalization. First of all, we need to legalize, like they used to celebrate the LGBTQ Pride Month. So whoever they are transgender or whatever their problem, so if they are continuing efforts to advocate for anti-discrimination laws, marriage equality, gender recognition rights, and healthcare access for these individuals, these include challenges existing laws and so visibility and representation, like I said, that is important. Challenges and backlashes are persistent challenges such as discrimination, violence, and stigma that exist in many parts of the world, then reports of rollbacks or on LGBTQ rights in some religion due to political shifts, conservative ideologies, or cultural resistance. These are the things that make it difficult. International events and celebration like annual LGBTQ pride events, marches, and celebrations taking place worldwide to promote visibility, solidarity, and advocacy for their rights, international conferences, forums, and summits addressing LGBTQ issues and sharing best practices for advancing equality. intersectionality and inclusivity. So these calls for gender inclusivity and representation of LGBTQ individuals from diverse backgrounds, including people of color, different people of color, transgender individuals, and those with disabilities. So these are the technical and media support, utilization of technology and social media we use every day for everything, and community building and awareness raising campaigns, online advocacy efforts, digital storytelling and virtual events to connect and engage these globally. Then advocacy for their rights, as we have already said. Then we need to raise awareness, policy advocacy, legal support, community building. Then alleged media advocacy, healthcare access, youth advocacy, support LGBTQ youth by advocating for safe and inclusive school environment. This is very important. That is the base. Actually, when the children go to school, you have to create a favorable environment for them. Mental health support and resources for these youth facing discrimination. Then coalition building, then policy research and analysis. These are the ways we can help them by engaging in advocacy efforts at various levels, from grassroots community organization to policy advocacy and international activism. Individuals and organizations can contribute to creating a more inclusive, accepting, and equitable society for the LGBTQ individuals. So these are the other points: promoting acceptance and inclusion, provide a safe space. They feel very insecure, so we need to give them a safe space, offer mental health support. Mentally, we have to support them. Then comes the education and raise awareness. That is also very important. Address these harassment issues. Supportive families, provide resource and support to families of these adolescents to help them understand, accept, and affirm their child's identity. They have to accept. Once out of the 2, 3 children, if one is different, you can't just discard them. Once the child grows up and says she's not going to marry a man. So when you come to know she's gay or something like this, you have a real hard time. But then the family is the main place where this can be accepted, and you have to do that. So adolescents advocate for them, build resilience, and access resources that support their mental health and well-being. Intersectional approaches celebrate the diversity of these identities and experience, and promote a positive and affirmative narrative around these individuals. So, advocate for policies and laws that protect the rights and well-being of these adolescents, including access to everything that we get. So, thank you. We need an equality for all of us. Let us accept all these people and have an equitable society. Thank you very much. Thank you for a patient listening. Thank you all.
I think so, Priya, you really covered the topic in detail, and I loved your colorful slides, which spoke, in itself about, the depth of the issue. And one thing which I do agree with you, that we must be compassionate and loving to these individuals, because they are really prone to abuse, sexually transmitted diseases. So I think this could be part of, if Jayam agrees with me and Supriya, we can add this into one of our school health programs, but I would like to add it with the parents. Because as you correctly said, the parents are the one, that's a grassroots to take care of these issues. If the family support is there, let the whole world be one side. Your parents with you, family with you, you can really conquer the world. So thank you so much. Again, I'm sorry, Dr. Darshan, I barged in, my co-chairperson. Monica, I have to go for another important Zoom meeting. I have wanted to be with you, so till the end I remained. I take your leave. Supriya, all the very best for your conference. Monica, you too for your conference and for your election.
Thank you so much, Rosa ma'am. Thank you for being there. Thank you for being there.
Dr. Darshan, I'm sorry I barged in. Please carry.
I'm absolutely, it's absolutely okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Rosa ma'am. Bye-bye. Dr. Darshan, we would like to have your comments after the lecture. Can we have a few words from you, Dr. Darshan?
Yes, I think it was fantastic. Something that a topic which needs more talking and more interaction, which will make us first of all accept and things further. Because I'm sure, if I may speak the truth, not everybody, even sitting in the bench or in the audience, would be agreeing to all the aspects. But what I feel primarily as clinician, whatever the problem which you actually describe amazingly is something that we should be accepting, and at the same time treating them so that we can give them a better life ahead, and we should be the first ones even if the families are the seconds to accept them. So but a very beautiful representation. I really loved your talk, Dr. Supriya, and a fantastic conference online. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being there, Dr. Darshan. Thank you.
Thank you, chairpersons, and thank you, Dr. Supriya ma'am, for this wonderful and illustrious talk. We move on to the next session, and again, a very important and hot topic: pregnancy, menopause, and sexuality, to be delivered by our own chairperson, Dr. Apur Kumar Datta sir. And to chair his session, we have Dr. Renu Chuk madam. Dr. Kiran Channa ma'am, for some reason, is not able to join us. Dr. Renu Chuk ma'am, again, is a very senior and eminent gynecologist and currently the president of the Foxy Devani Society. She is also the president of the Haryana ISAR chapter. She has immense experience of more than 3 decades. She has been awarded and recipient of the Rashtriya Gaurav Award for her meritorious services and outstanding performance, and also the recipient of the honorary professorship, recipient of the Golden Aim Award for her excellent contribution in the healthcare. Madam is also the honor of giving the first test tube baby to Bhivani Society. She's actively involved in all society activities with a special interest in ART and endoscopy. I welcome you, ma'am, for today's session, and over to Chairperson to please carry forward the session ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, everyone. The topic for today is, can we have the CV of Dr. Kumar Datta? Doctor, who is... Dr. Apurva.
Renu ma'am?
Yes.
It's okay. Thank you for so much. Monica ma'am has already introduced it. Thank you for your presence and for the chairing the session. Actually, we are going late, and yeah, we should go for and focus for the scientific.
Okay. I didn't know. Sorry for that.
Yeah. No issue, ma'am. No issue. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can I share my PPTs? Yeah.
Yes, please.
So at the outset, I would like to thanks to the organizer, to the Bhopal Society, the secretary, the president, and for the organizer for organizing this wonderful session. So is my screen is visible?
Yes. Yeah, it's visible. Okay. Visible.
We gynecologist is dividing a women in a 3 phases. Rather, I should say one is adolescent, one is the reproductive or the pregnancy, and second is the menopause. So about the adolescent, Jaya Kanam madam has described it wonderfully, the aspects about the sexuality and in adolescent. So I am giving the responsibility to talk about the 2 important phases of women's life, that is pregnancy and menopause and the sexuality. So first I would like to talk about the pregnancy. Now, intimacy is not purely physical. It is an act of connecting with someone so deeply you feel like you can see into their soul. So this is the importance. Now, what is the female sexual function? It is really a complex interplay between the physical, the psychological, and the emotional aspect. To be mother is a natural instinct. Both the pregnancy and the sexuality are the natural and normal phenomena of a woman's life. Now, why we are going to talk about this, about the pregnancy and sexuality? Because there is always a knowledge gap. Even many doctors, many gynecologists are asking me whether what should be. The patients are coming, the husbands are coming, and they are asking that whether it is the sexuality or having the sex during the pregnancy is safe or not. And we, unfortunately, we in our primary medical education, we don't have anything like the sexuality education. So we don't know anything about this. And so we gynecologists ourselves is not aware where we should advise or not. So there is always a knowledge gap. And we should know, we should learn that the pregnancy or childbirth is not a disease. The couple should not be denied of sexual pleasure and happiness when the pregnancy is devoid of any complication. The sexual relationship is a part of quality of life. The women and the couple will have a plenty of questions regarding the sexual activity during the pregnancy. They often feel shy and hesitated to discuss the issue with the doctors. And doctors also think that it is not an issue to be discussed, and why should I discuss about that? But we doctors should know that if not we, then who will give the correct advice and correct information to our patient? Changes in sexuality can be significant during the pregnancy and in the postpartum period. Unless you are familiar with the scientific data, the potential for providing the patient with the misleading and incorrect information is very high. Patient may rely um, uh, on antidote or old wives' tale or other incorrect sources, or the Google Auntie and WhatsApp University. And we all know it's contain a lots and lots of misinformation, misguidance, and after searching by them, their life will be much more complicated and difficult. So when a woman conceives, there is a welcome her new bundle of joy. The whole family will be prepared to welcome the new members. The women start getting many advices, right? Like the diet, the sleep, the dress, how to travel, when to travel, but not about the sexual relationship. So there is always a self-imposed abstinence by avoiding the sex during the pregnancy, during the postpartum, almost 2 years. And this leads to disturbed interpersonal relationship, or also lead to the extramarital relationship of the husband. So 49% of the women surveyed when concerned that intercourse could harm their pregnancy. 91% of the pregnant women meet the cutoff for the sexual dysfunction and compared to 68% of their non-gravid female counterpart. So the sexuality in the pregnancy is a very important topic, and we should learn about what is should be done and what should not be done. Now, what is the basic questions the patients are coming? Is the sex during the pregnancy is safe? When it is not safe? Can sex harm the baby? Can intercourse or orgasm cause abortion or uterine contraction? Is sex drive increase or decrease the pregnancy? And what is the men's view? Now, why there is a decreased sexual activity during the pregnancy? Because there is a patient, there is a breast tenderness is there, decreased libido, dyspareunia, fatigue, or the fear of injury to the fetus, genital vasocongestion, negative body image, physical discomfort, urinary frequency, urgency, and a postpartum like dyspareunia, episiotomy pain, fatigue, milk leaking, nipple tenderness, etc. These are the various causes of reducing the sexual activity. Now let's get aware what should be advised, what should we do. Most pregnancy can engage in the sexual activity throughout the pregnancy in the absence of any complications. The couple should keep some level of the intimacy going throughout the period of the pregnancy. This helps them to keep the relationship healthy. So, sex during pregnancy is a low sex behavior except when it is associated with the high risk pregnancy or there is any bad obstetrical history. Now, what is the advantage of having sex during the pregnancy? It is a psychological usefulness. The husband and wife is getting connected. The induction of the labor, yes, natural prostaglandins, which is contained in the seminal fluid, can favor the maturation process of the cervix, make it more flexible, allowing easier dilatation and effacement of the cervix. It may also prevent the preeclampsia, And the same that the seminal fluid cause some chemicals which have the immunomodulator properties, and thus few data said it can prevent the preeclampsia. What are the different frequently asked questions? Will sex be different during pregnancy? Yes, it is definitely is very different from the non gravid uterus. It may be more pleasurable or less pleasurable. There is an increased blood flow to the pelvis, can cause engorgement of the genital, may give undiscomfort due to the fullness, or the heightened sensation that may result add to the pleasure during the sexual intercourse, or there is a more vaginal discharge or moisturization will also may help. There may be mild abdominal cramp, which can lead to uterine contraction, but usually subsided by its own. The breast may feel more tender and unusual sensitive to touch, particularly in the first trimester. So definitely it is a different, and it may be vary from person to person. It is not fixed. Now, as I have already assured that whether by making love during the pregnancy will the baby get hurt, it's not like that. During the pregnancy, the fetus is protected from the penetrative thrust by the amniotic fluid and by the cervix. The thick plug, which is there, mucus plug, it's also safe and avoid the ascending infection. So definitely it will not harm to have a sex in the pregnancy. Now question come when it should be avoided. It should be avoided when the pregnancy is a high risk. For example, there is a toxemia in pregnancy, or diabetes, or anemia, or there is a multiple pregnancy, or there is a bleeding per vagina, there is a abdomen pain, or there is a history of preterm labor, there is a leaky membranes, low placenta, there is a bad obstetrical history, or there is a previous cervical incompetency. These are the various causes where the sexual intercourse should be avoided. Now, it is a normal if the couple doesn't have any intercourse during the pregnancy. Yes, it's absolutely normal. It is the choice of the couples. It is not we should impose them that you should, but it's absolutely their choice, because many times there's a reduced libido from both the partners. So it is absolutely safe. Is the oral safe? Is sex during the pregnancy? Yes, it's absolutely safe because it won't harm the baby. Now come to what are the different positions. Over the course of the pregnancy, the use of men on the top position decline due to increase in the size of the abdomen and discomfort by the female partner. The women on the top or side by side or rear entry position are practiced, and these are more beneficial and more comfortable for both the partners. So usually the women on the top position or lying side the position or making love sitting on the parent's lap. These are the various positions which are actually beneficial during the pregnancy, during the sexual intercourse during the pregnancy. Or coming to age of the patient with the partner or doggy positions. These are the different positions. But what we advise, any position, the pressure on the abdomen and deep penetration in the vagina should be avoided. Now, we should not ask them, let the couple decide which position they are comfortable. And they have, because every couple has their own having their own position they are comfortable, so let them decide. You just advise them, these are the different positions which you can make, and by it they can have, and they have their own feelings, and they have their own positions which they are comfortable. Now, is there any complications of having a coitus during the pregnancy? Yes, theoretically the preterm labor, in population at an increased risk of the preterm labor, like there is a history of preterm labor, or in case of twin pregnancy, incompetent cervix, there is no evidence to suggest a clear benefit. Yes, few data are suggested, but there is no any guideline, there is no any direct relationship which can stated that yes, the sexual intercourse during the pregnancy cause the preterm labor. Second, the prematurity Now, in a small group of study, it was found that yes, if the woman has the orgasm, there is an increase in the prostaglandins level. It may cause the prematurity, but mostly many studies actually fail to produce this relationship between the sexual intercourse and prematurity. The fetal distress, again, there is a no overall association between the sexual activity and the fetal distress. Now, antepartum hemorrhage. Despite limited evidence, it is probably the safest to advise the patient with the placenta previa, especially the 3rd and the 4th degree placenta previa, to abstinence the sexual activity to reduce the theoretical risk of the antepartum hemorrhage. Now, vaginal bleeding, yes, we should ask the patient to avoid sexual intercourse if there is any kind of vaginal bleeding. The pelvic inflammation, PID, yes, actually, the thick mucus plug is there. It's actually, it's prevent the ascending infection, or it's also, protective against the PID. But if there is some leaky membranes is there, or there is a history of some previously, if there is a PID, then it's better to avoid it. And we also can have a vaginal swab if there is a recurrent white discharge, or there is a discharge per vagina, and for that time, yes, we should avoid the sexual intercourse. Now the venous air embolism. Now this is actually very, very, very rare complications. And what happened, it's once 18 in 20 million pregnancy. Now how this happened if there is a direct blowing of air into the vagina by the partner. So we advise to avoid orogenital sex with the air, and the penile vaginal sex, especially in the rear entry position where the level of uterus is below, is the above the level of heart, then we should avoid this type of sexual intercourse, because theoretically and very rarely may cause vaginal venous air embolism. So when it is safe to have a sex after the childbirth, wait till the bleeding is stopped completely and wound have healed, normal involution of the genital tract has occurred, one is physically and emotionally ready for sex, and use of the contraceptive definitely. So most study advise to start the sex between 6 to 8 weeks after the delivery, either normal, cesarean, or instrumental. If one is not yet ready to have sex, the other has to continue with the foreplay by being physically close to other. So what are the advice? Try just kiddling and being intimate at first. Gradually get used to being the sexually aroused. Enjoy each other's company with the plenty of floor play without expecting to have a penetrative sex. Try and use the lubricating gel. Try using making love during the baby's nap time. Keep doing the pelvic floor exercise, that is Kegels, to bring back the muscle tone. And if there is a persistent dysmenorrhea, call the doctor, get the help, eat well, drink plenty of fluid, and take rest whenever you feel. So, in the to conclude, to give the accurate information, and we should dispel the myths. We should discuss about the sexual matter to each partner, and counseling is very important to relieve the couple's anxiety and enhance adjustment to the changing relationship. So these are the overall about the sexuality and pregnancy. Now coming to very fast, what is the sexuality and menopause? My dear friends, we all know the unfortunate history of menopause. Menopause actually previously thought it is actually the deformed male, or it can be defined as a disease or worse of climacteric to beset the female sex. Even this is the list of the all the health condition which in by the RCOG, which advocate the admission of a patient to the hospital. And unfortunately, the menopause is one of the cause where previously thought that we should admit the patient if she has cessation or stop of the menses. But nowadays, menopause is a definitely a normal phase. It is a normal life cycle of a female, and we should learn and we should advise our patient that is very normal. So what are the different symptoms? We all know the cyclic changes, the hot flushes, the tiredness and poor sleep, the loss of libido, anxiety, loss of memory and concentration, and brain fog. The dry vagina and discomfort on the intercourse, it is approximately 50% of case, and this is led to the sexual dysfunction. Now, the sexual dysfunction is due to two reasons. First is the vaginal dryness and genitourinary symptoms. How it and why it is there? During the menopause, we all know that before menopause, there is a flexibility, vaginal wall flexibility is there. There is a good blood flow. There is a different secretions, and though sexual intercourse is not very painful and it is enjoyable. But in after menopause, the vaginal lining become thick, it is more dry, the flexibility decreases, blood flow decreases, and thus it causes itching in the vaginal area, burning sensation in the area, increased frequency of maturation, discomfort, painful sex, light bleeding, stinging, irritation, and so there is a loss of enjoyment in the sex and loss of intimacy, which is the cause of intimacy in case of menopause. So menopause may cause change in the sex life, or in minority of case, or it may not cause at all. So, as I have already stated, the possible changes are due to there is a vaginal dryness, the vaginal skin become thinner, so it is more painful. And when there is a low hormones, so there is a less drive, and so there is a less libido. Also, there is a night sweating, disturbed sleep, and lady may become more tired and they are unable to feel to have a sexual intercourse. The emotional changes can make feel stressed out or irritable. These may be body disfigurement, and previously being less interest in the sex as getting old is not a medical condition that required treatment. But if there is a change in the sexual health, really cause stress and problem, we should talk to the patient, should talk to the doctor, and it should be they should be treated so that the vaginal symptoms dryness will be less, the low sex drive will be less, and the sex become more useful and more pleasurable. Now, most common sexual problem in the in the menopause, if the female sexual arousal interest disorder, female orgasm disorder, and dyspareunia. So what are the basically management? The first and foremost management is the love, care, and tender. The non-pharmacological, be active. The physical activity can boost energy levels, lift the mood, improve the body image. All of these can help increase interest in sex. Don't smoke, because we all know the smoking have the free radicals, and it further reduces the vaginal dryness and increase in the blood flow. So we should also avoid the drugs and alcohol, having sex more often, because it actually increases the vaginal blood flow and make the vaginal area and tissue more healthy. Allow time to become aroused during having sexual intercourse. The moisturizer or the moisture from being aroused protect tissue and make the sex more pleasurable. Practice pelvic floor exercise. We all know due to there's a less number of collagen, so there is a looseness of the muscles everywhere, including the pelvic floor. So pelvic floor exercises, Kegel exercises, is actually improving the tone of the pelvic floor and make the sex more pleasurable. To avoid the products which irritate the vagina, for example, bubble bath. Strong soaps might cause irritation. So consult the doctor if they have the vaginal itching and irritation. Now, these all are the basically the non-pharmacological. Now second is the couple therapy. Now this is again very important, because I have already stated I am also a practicing sexologist. In my OPD, patients are coming, and counseling part is really very important. We have to give time to our patients, and we should ask them what they are thinking, what they are feeling. Many times the wife is saying that now bhai मैं तो पोता पोतेदार हो गए हूँ, मेरे बच्चे के भी बच्चे हो गए हैं, why should I think about having the sex? So I always used to ask them, it doesn't have an expiry date. Even the last day of your life you can have if you feel like that. So the counseling part is really very important. And even in our busy OPD, if a patient is coming for having the sexual problems and for having this advice, we should at least divided our 5 to 10 minutes to give the counseling about the various sexual problems and what should be done. Now, what is the STI and menopause? Many times the patients are coming with us and they are saying that whether we should use any protective organism because the menses has already ceases. So we should, yes, you can, because the STDs are again very common in menopause. So this is using condom, definitely avoid the STDs, and you should use it even in menopausal ladies. So now the pharmacological, the local estrogen therapy, we all know we are using it since ages. It's very important, and it should be given and advised to every patient. Hormonal therapy for the menopausal, the systemic HRT, we all know. Tibolone, yes, it is maybe considered as a first drug of choice as a HRT in a patients with the low libidos. Now we have a flibanserin. It is FDA approved. It is, yes, it is available in India, and it is basically serotonin 1A receptor agonist, and it is definitely improve the desire in perimenopausal and menopausal women. The dosage is 400, it's 100 milligram per oral daily at the bedtime. The testosterone therapy, yes, the same testosterone which we are using, the IVF, Monica ma'am is definitely, I'm sure she is using this very commonly in her OPD in the infertility treatment. The same testosterone gel we are asking to apply it to anywhere. It should be in the non-hairy area, and definitely it's improved the sexual desire as well as the increase the libido in case of the low libido and menopausal ladies. So buspirone, I'm not using it, but yes, it is also approved by FDA. It is actually basically off-label use, and it is anxiolytic for the management of the generalized anxiety disorder. It is probably not not present in India, and it is definitely FDA approved. Now DHEA, again, I am using this is very commonly. We all know DHEA. We are using in a low AMH, but the actual days is 100 milligram per day. So we are finding it is 75 milligram per day, and I am using it 75 milligram per day at least for 3 months. And believe me, in case of low libido in perimenopausal, in menopausal, it does wonder. The various nutraceuticals which are available over the counter now, like L-arginine, basically these mechanism are actually this called the antioxidant. So it increases the the lining, the increases the blood flow, and by this they improve in increasing the sexual desire. Now, sildenafil or the pink pill. Yes, I am using it 25 milligram per day at least for 3 months. Yes, it's also benefited in perimenopausal and menopausal ladies having the sexual dysfunction. So basically what I am using these three. First is the testosterone, second is the DHEA, and third is the sildenafil citrate 75 milligram orally. These three are freely available and you can use it, and really you can see the wonder in your patients. So the non-surgical vaginal rejuvenation, again, the cosmetic gynae is now a very upcoming and growing branch, subspecialty of obs gynae. We have lasers, we have PRP, we have stem cell fillers, thread. What I am using is the PRP. I am using PRP very oftenly, and really it's does happen even in case of the urinary symptoms mild to moderate. It's really have wonderful effects. These are the various machine. Yes, for the decreased libido, I am using it, the PRP for the O shot, G shot, and yes, mild to moderate SUIs. The surgical vaginal rejuvenation, we all are doing the wedge resection, vaginal tightening, repair of the prolapse, and thus this also improve the sexual function and the sexual appearance. And it's also improve the self-estimate of a female having in the menopause and perimenopausal ladies. Vaginoplasty and perineoplasty, we all are doing it very routinely. Then the labioplasty are again, most of us are doing. Patient are coming with these complaints right in nowadays, and we are doing. These are the simple steps. And now this is the hoodectomy or the clitoral hood enhancement. Now there is a debate. Many patient, even this is my patient. So patient is coming and they are saying that there is a extra fat and tissue in the clitoral hood, and it is believed by removing that actually there is a improve in the sexual orgasm. So but many a data doesn't improve it. But what my feeling, yes, at least when we are using it, patient feeling, probably it is psychological, but patient feeling that yes, it increases their libido, it's also increases their their sexual drive. So what is the take home message? The menopause is not the end. Sexual health is the important for the quality of life. Female sexual dysfunction is very common. Sexual functioning can be affected by illness, surgery, or medication. Assess the medico, psychosocial, and relationship factor. Simple history taking can do wonder. Treat the cause, educate about the anatomy and physiology of genital function, remove the myths and misconception, and always remember, don't treat the patient, treat the couple. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience hearing. Over to the chairperson. Renu ma'am, you have to unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello. Sorry, Dr. Monica, I was little late in joining. First of all, I thank you for inviting me as a chairperson, and it's my great pleasure to chair the session of Dr. Apurva. And it was a very nice, interesting, and something new topic which we heard today. And it has I mean, everybody is enriched with knowledge, new things. And the very important thing, what he has told us today is that counseling is the most important. Counseling during pregnancy and counseling in menopause. So both the phases, they are important because in both these conditions, the patient, they are hesitant to tell. They won't come forward. So better, I mean, contraindications, many times we tell them when they're having pregnancy complications, they don't do intercourse. But natural pregnancy, of course, they won't ask, but many times we can just give an hint by counseling that you can have your normal life because this is not a disease. And especially about the menopause, as you said, it is not the end of sexual life. So nowadays, there are, apart from counseling, if the patient is stressed and all that, as you said, we have so many medications and even surgical treatments also. And even I am glad to know you are also doing lot of things. Very few people, they are doing such surgeries, and fantastic things you have told us, and really everybody will be too enriched with knowledge and everything. So I'm grateful to you for such a nice lecture, and thank you very much for giving us such a nice presentation. Thank you, Dr. Over
Thank
to
you.
you,
Thank
Dr.
you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing and for your really encouraging words. And definitely, this is one thought when Neeraj sir, just immediate past chairperson of our committee. This was our thought. me and sir is the instrumenting the things, that we gynecologists don't have this basic idea of when the patient is coming with these problems, bhai hum log kya soche, because we are not aware of that complaint, how to detect that which type of sexual dysfunction is this and what is the actual treatment. So these were our sincere effort that we should reach each and every gynecologist to all over the India, so that we are give the basic information of these problems, so that we avoid the quackeries, because many time they are go to different and they are misinformed, misguided, and this make their life really hell. So this is
I
things
know.
which our sincere effort, and we are still going, and we are doing webinars every month and reaching each and every society.
Very
So
rightly
thank you so
said.
much,
Right.
Renu ma'am,
Yeah.
and thank you, and Monica ma'am, thank you always thank you. She's like my elder sister, like my friend. Thank you so much, ma'am, for always being there. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
So,
Renu. Thank you, Apurva. Beautiful having you.
thank you.
Now, let us move to our next session. That is on sex education relevance in current times. Speaker for this session is our Dr. Monica Singh ma'am. She has already been introduced. She is the convener for this program. And the chairpersons will be Dr. Hina R. Patel ma'am. Due to some emergency, she could not be here with us. Our next chairperson for this session is Dr. Shabana Sultan ma'am. She is Secretary Bhopal OBGY Society and Professor and Head in Gandhi Medical College. We welcome you ma'am. And next chairperson will be Manisha ma'am, our coordinator and treasurer for the Bhopal OBGYN Society for this session. Over to you ma'am, Shabana ma'am.
Yeah. Can I have a CV of Monica ma'am?
Okay, Shabana, you can just speak one line. No
Yeah,
CV.
yeah. So I welcome Monica ma'am for her talk. And we all know that Monica ma'am is a very active member of FOXY and as well as SR. She is a consultant reproductive medicine Bhopal Fertility Society, and she is managing committee member SR, West Zone Coordinator Medical Disorder Committee, and she has many awards to her credit. And I invite Monica ma'am for her presentation.
Thank you.
Over to you, Monica.
Shabana and Dr. Manisha, thank you for the kind words. And without wasting time, we move to the last talk of our session, and I will try to be very brief because I know that all of us have listened to lots of talks. So now let us go. How to teach. We have seen about sexuality, we have seen about the current trends. Now, how do we teach our youngsters, adolescents, and children about sexual practices? What is now, when I saw videos and I talk to children, they call it sex ed. So sex ed is basically teaching about human sexuality. And when you want to become close to adolescents nowadays, you have to learn their lingo. Learn their lingo means you have to learn their language. You have to become their friend. So I always try to mix in an adolescent group. I love adolescents and I get along well with all young children. So what I do is try to, talk like them, mingle in their group, be totally non-judgmental. So here we teach them about intimate relationships, human sexual anatomy, basics of sexual reproduction, STIs, what is sexual activity, what does sexual orientation mean, what is gender identity, how do you call yourself a girl or a boy, what is abstinence, what is contraception, and what ultimately are your reproductive rights and responsibilities. Because all of us know that comprehensive sex education is a critical component of sexual and reproductive health care, and developing healthy sexuality is the core developmental milestone for child and adolescents. Now, youth need developmentally appropriate information about sexuality. If it is a primary school child, you cannot tell about contraception or you cannot tell about, basically a sexual attraction. You have to tell that child about good touch and bad touch. That they will understand. Every child has got some private parts of the body that nobody can touch except parents, except mother, or not even father, except mother. So they have to be taught like this. When the child grows up and goes to middle school, they have to tell about menstruation, how a boy should know when the girl has started her periods, what respect and privacy they should have, and this should be done in a very open and friendly way with all the teachers. If there is a stain on the dress of a girl child, she should not be humiliated. There should be a room in the school where she can change. She should have a change of dress, and all the boys should understand what menarche is. Similarly, when the child is gone to high school, there they should know about basically contraception before they move to college, and they should know what is protection, what is having a safe, stable partnership, relationship is, and so on and so forth. So every education to the children and adolescent has to be age appropriate. So actually, sex education is a very broad term. Jam Madam has already taught us that teaching and learning of information, skills, and attitudes which are related to human sexuality. So here the aim is to provide accurate knowledge, number one. Number two, age appropriate knowledge about all these topics which are related to responsible sexual behavior. And this is so important because it helps young people to make informed decisions about sexual health. It definitely reduces the risk of teenage pregnancies and STIs. It promotes healthy relationship, and it challenges whatever negative stereotypes are floating in the society about sex and sexuality. Now, what all should be included in the sex education? I've already told you. You have to basically promote healthy relationships and they should learn about consent. The sexuality education can be disseminated through three main learning domains. Number one is cognitive. That is all the information which the child or the adolescent is being bombarded with. So the information should be such that it is a correct information, it is from a reliable source, and it is not given in a vulgar way. Second is affective. Their feelings, values, and attitudes. This is largely dominated by the parental and the home values. And third is behavioral, that is communication, decision making, and other skills. All these dimensions of healthy sexuality will go through anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry of the sexual response system. And this will shape the identity, orientation, roles, and personality, thought, feeling, and relationship of that particular child. Now, the sources of sexuality information can be multiple, but they have to be responsible sources. They need to be told accurately how to understand ultimately their sexual practices and healthy sexual behavior. What is harmful is the unhealthy, exploitive, and risky sexual activity or information, because this may lead to multiple health and social problems, unintended pregnancies, and STIs. And these STIs, we all know, can be very, very dangerous. Now, what are the responsibilities of parents? There is always a tussle between parents and teachers as to who should teach the first thing. So, puberty, we know, is a challenging time, not only for the adolescents, but equally for the parents. It is very important to remember for the parents that puberty is completely normal and natural process. They've also gone through it. There is no right or wrong way. There is no rule book. So, all the time, there should be a mutual communication. Some tips that parents they can have in order to guide their children through puberty is first, learn to talk to your children. So many families there is no communication between children and parents. Parents are busy with their jobs. It's a nuclear family. Like our previous esteemed speaker said, the grandparents are not there nowadays. So many couples are living in nuclear families. They have moved away from their native place. They are living in apartments, in metros. They are leaving the children to maids, or they are simply locking the house so that the communication ends. So the parent has whatever quality time the parent can have with the child. They have to give accurate information. Talk to your children about the importance of safe sex as they grow older. Be supportive of your children's emotional changes. Encourage your children to speak. Even a less educated mother can be so close to a child that that child communicates everything to the mother. And always set a good example about for your children. Talk about your own experiences with puberty. and let them know that it is a normal and natural process. My daughter is now, she just finished internship in medical college, and I always tell her that she's so graceful as compared to me. I mean, I was such a clumsy thing when I was an adolescent. So I always appreciate her that they've become so graceful and smart. You know, our generation was not like that. So, what are the benefits of sex education? Now, contrary to what the religious teachers say, there was a particular sect of religious teachers, not talking about any religion, but basically these, the mahants of the society, they used to say, don't talk about sex in front of children. You know what? It will cause increased sex. It will cause rapes. It will lead to multiple sexual partners. But contrary to all this, when you spread sex education in the society, there is reduced teen pregnancy, reduced STIs, improved knowledge about sex and sexuality, the negative stereotypes the children come to know, and healthy relationships are inculcated. But what are the challenges? First of all, these challenges are the parents who do not want to teach, the teachers who are ashamed of teaching. There is lack of funding. There is lack of means. You don't have appropriate government programs, or maybe little audio visuals which can explain the children, graphics or digitals. And negative stereotypes are always there within friends, family, relatives. So there's always a debate whether schools should teach sexuality or the parents should teach. The reality is that nobody teaches, and the children start talking to their friends, peers, and they leave through books, magazines, and they read all bad literature, and they get so much of misleading information from these sources that they learn too little and too late. That is the tragedy. So they read about adult movies, they go for pornography, and this entertainment media of the Bollywood simply implies that sex is totally risk-free. Every second person should do it. You should have a boyfriend, girlfriend, and if you plan for protection, it spoils the romance. So what happens is that they go for unsafe sex. The solution is to counter the common mass media images. We should have appealing, decent, entertaining programs that present more responsible and realistic models for healthy behavior. And so many schools now have got auditoriums and stages. There, the senior, the high school, the middle school, the small children can have some programs wherein the younger children are taught by the senior students as to how to go about their life learning about sex in a healthy way. We should stop glorifying irresponsible sex, especially the media. In entertainment, we should depict those people who benefit from using contraceptives. I remember an ad when we start seeing movies. There is an ad of this hero, Akshay Kumar. He is talking about using sanitary pads. So the husband of a wife is smoking cigarette, and he says, how much is this cigarette pack for her? He said 10 rupees. So Akshay Kumar says, instead of, smoking, you can buy sanitary pads for your wife. So in the same way, when this sort of information, accurate information, healthy guidance is given by film stars and by media people, it will make a great impact on the minds of our children. So what are the controversies surrounding sex education? It does not lead to increased sexual activity. On the other hand, the children learn the dangers of unsafe sex, and the initiation of sexual activity, the age is increased. There is delayed sexual activity, decreased overall sexual activity. These children learn to take counseling, contraceptive services are encouraged, and it also leads them to adopt safer sexual practices when they grow up and when they go to college. So there are lots of programs in US and other developed countries, because these countries are very scared of teen pregnancies. So a lot of research has been done where they try to delay the sex until the children are older. They tell them about use of condoms and contraception. And these are all the advantages. And hundreds of studies have shown that sex education has in fact a positive effect on these children's behaviors, especially when certain key points are incorporated. Now, in societies like I was reading about studies in Philippines and Turkey, so these countries are slightly conservative. So they think that girls are often the ones, even in India, who pay for the consequences of unsafe sex when they get pregnant. Their lack of maturity make them very vulnerable because they are pressurized by their boyfriend to have sex as a way of demonstrating their love. But as at the moment when these girls become pregnant, they are deserted. This is because they don't know the, meaning of sexual attraction and true love. So that is why the government and the, education department is very, very concerned now that sex education must be included in the curriculum of schools, especially middle school and high school, because this is the age group that is considered very vulnerable. And we have to emphasize that there is nothing irreligious about sex education. In fact, sex education, this is from Philippines. It's very godly because the children say, because they think God does not want couples to have more children than they can afford, because improving their lives, achieving dignified and self-fulfilling lives is going to be impossible for many of these children who are not properly planned by the parents and who are born to teen parents. So teen parents are some of the most sad parents. These babies are some of the most sad babies, and they sometimes turn out to have very sad lives and they turn to crime. So the clinical guidelines are that specific components of sexuality education can be offered by schools, by religious institutions, by parents, and so many other community agencies. And the pediatrician, the gynec, the family physician can serve as very, very important resource people. School-based comprehensive sexuality education should emphasize the prevention of unintended pregnancies and STIs. You should discuss methods of contraception in front of the male and female adolescents along with the HPV vaccine. And we have to emphasize to all the children that abstinence is the most effective strategy for, preventing all these troubles. Encourage early parental discussions, especially within the home with siblings. Model ways to initiate talks about sexuality with children whenever there's an opportunity. Suppose a younger brother or sister of that child has been born. This is a very good opportunity for parent to answer. Where did this baby come from? How was it born? How is the breastfeeding being done? Why was the baby born? Even pets can help teach about sexual behavior. Parents and adolescents are encouraged to receive information from multiple sources, and adolescents should be empowered to talk, to assert, to have social skills and control. So whenever there is a girl or boy, they should have the power to reject the unwanted sexual advances, and they should cease the sexual activity advances when their partner does not consent. So this is the mutual respect. Preparation for college entry is an excellent opportunity for pediatricians because here the child is exposed to drugs, to narcotics. So this can, disturb their mind about decisions about safe sexual practices. So here again, counseling is important. And whenever this adolescent has got special issues and disabilities, they may benefit from additional counseling and specially trained educators. Now, this is a very, very respectable doctor, Dr. Benjamin Spock, who is one of the greatest pediatricians of US, who taught that sex education, including its spiritual aspects, should be part of a broad health and moral education right from KG through grade 12, ideally carried out harmoniously by parents and children. Now, this gentleman was born in 1905. He died in 1998, and he was criticized in US because his ideas were too progressive. He said every child is an individual. You respect him as an individual. You teach him, teach him about sex. So he was way ahead of his times. Now he is no more. Thank you for all your attention, and let us promise to empower your children, empower all our children. And with this, I welcome you to Bhopal BP 360 Con on behalf of President Dr. Anita Shivastav and my Secretary Dr. Shabana Sultan. We invite you to the City of Lakes on 12th, 13th, and 14th of July for a grand academic feast and cultural extravaganza.
Thank you so much, Monica ma'am. It was really a very mind-blowing talk. You really brought about the importance, you brought down the myths related to sex education. We remember the times when we were teens, talking about sex was really a taboo, especially in families and in school. But now you really point out, not today we're having a webinar on this very important topic. We're really talking about this topic, and it's really very important for schools and parents to take a step forward in joint relation to bring out this issue, which is really burning our youth generation, as our Pankaj Talwar said, put up the figures today, that we're having so many of our young generation who's belong to this age now. And the health of this age is really very important. I mean, you really brought out very important points, take-home messages. It was very wonderful. It's always wonderful listening to you, ma'am. Very nice lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Purva, now you can start the roundtable discussion. Neeraj sir is waiting. Neetu can start the roundtable discussion.
Sure, ma'am. What an academic feast, and now the dessert of this feast, the roundtable discussion on adolescent and sexuality, tackling the dilemmas. To chair this session, we have Dr. Neeraj Yadav sir. He is Chairman, Sexual Medicine and Cosmetic Andrology Committee, IASRM. Dr. Supriya Jaiswal ma'am, she is Chairperson, Adolescent Health Committee, FOXY. And Dr. Apurva Kumar Datta sir, he is Chairperson, Sexual Health and STI Committee, FOXY. Dr. Neeraj Yadav sir is Chairman, Sexual Medicine and Cosmetic Andrology Committee, IASRM, Chairperson, Sexual Medicine Committee, FOXY 2020 to 23, and past President of Rajkot OBGYN Society. We welcome you, sir, to this roundtable discussion. Our next chairperson, Dr. Supriya Jaiswal, ma'am. She has already been introduced.
Thank you.
We welcome you, ma'am, to this roundtable discussion. And also Dr. Apurva Kumar Datta, sir. We welcome you, sir, to this roundtable discussion. Our experts in this roundtable discussion are Dr. Bhavik Y. Khatri. He is Secretary, Bhuj OBGYN Society. Dr. Manisha Jain, ma'am. She is Treasurer of Bhopal OBGYN Society. Myself, Dr. Neetu Mishra, Associate Professor, AIMS Bhopal. Dr. Sukriti Sharma, Secretary, Jalandhar Society, due to some personal reason, could not be attending this roundtable discussion. Dr. Varsha Lahade, ma'am, she is past President, Nashik OBGYN Society. And we have Dr. Purva Badkur, Assistant Professor in this session. Dr. Bhavik Y. Khatri is alumnus of Shri MP Shah Medical College, Jamnagar, and Shri PDU Medical College, Rajkot. He is practicing in private hospital in Gandhidham as Eva Women's Hospital for last 1 decade and has conducted many deliveries. His special area of interest is lifestyle modification to help patients coming out of their disease naturally. It is a very innovative area of interest. And he is a very active member of IMA in Gandhidham. He has been secretary in year 2013 and the president of IMA from year 2014 to 20. He was awarded as IMA National President Appreciation Award for the same in year 2022. We welcome you, sir, to this roundtable discussion.
Thank you.
Manisha Jain, ma'am, has already been introduced. She is Treasurer Bhopal OBGYN Society. We welcome you, ma'am, to this roundtable discussion. Now, CV of Varsha Lahade, ma'am, please.
Okay, Neetu. Doesn't matter. You've already
Varsha Lahade, ma'am, she is immediate past president, Nashik OBGYN Society.
And I take this opportunity, please vote and support for Varsha Lahade, ma'am, for MTP committee elections. Madam is a very senior gynecologist. I personally, it's my humble appeal to everyone to vote and support Varsha, ma'am.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you so much.
So over to you, over to the chairperson to start the session. Dr. Neeraj sir, Dr. Supriya ma'am, and Apurva sir.
Thank you, Dr. Neetu, for your kind introduction. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Monica for having me in this wonderful series that is going on, Symbiosis series. I really like the series. You choose the topic that is so much academic and so much of the pool of knowledge. So congratulations for starting this series. I think there are 3 candidates here who are contesting for FOXY, Dr. Monica, Dr. Varsha, and Dr. Archana. So I wish all of 3 best wishes for their candidature in this year. And And let me share my screen. Okay, so when Dr. Monica asked me that we want a roundtable discussion, not usual discussion. So I really like the idea about the roundtable discussion, because when what is about discussion? Because discussion is something where you want to know the viewpoint of others who are joining on the table. So we have wonderful panelists, or we have wonderful expert. You say for this roundtable discussion, myself, Dr. Apurba is there, Dr. Supriya is there, Dr. Bhavik is there, Dr. Manisha is there, Dr. Ditu is there, Dr. Sukriti, she is not able to join, and Dr. Varsa, all are there to this wonderful discussion. So let's start the discussion. So adolescence is a typical period of transition between childhood and adulthood, with the major psychological task being to determine the identity, to develop power, to make decisions, and to be in control, and to develop a mature sexuality. So sometimes we are so much confused between sex and sexuality. What is the difference between sex and sexuality? Sexuality is a very broad terminology, while sex is only penetrative part of the sexuality. Sexuality is the total expression of who are as human being. It is more than the act of sex. It includes the physical, emotional, spiritual part of our being, and it involves our personality, our value, attitude, gender, thoughts, feelings, and the sexual behavior. Sexuality is a constantly evolving as we grow and develop. It is not a static phenomena. It evolves as we grow. And adolescent sexuality is a changing as adolescents now attain puberty earlier than before. So they are more exposed to the sexuality than our generation. So let's start with our first point on the adolescent sexuality, that is teenage pregnancy. Pregnancy is the biggest abuse of the childhood and for the adolescent. If you go by the data, as per the NHS force data, 11.9% of the 15 to 19-year-old girls were married before the age of 18 years in India, with variation across the states. And further analysis reveals that the 27.3% of the married teenage girls have given birth to one child, while 4.2% have two or more child by the they become 18 years of age. There are various laws like Prohibition of the Child Marriage Act, which that says that the minimum age should be 18 years. It expands the access to the safe and legal abortion service. Then there is a MTP Act, where recently there is the amendment where increase in the gestation limit from 20 to 24 weeks, and the extended MTP service irrespective of the marital status. Previously, it was not unmarried were out of this MTP Act, but now even if they are unmarried, they can go take the advantage of the new MTP law. Then there are various promotive policies like adolescent education program. These programs cover the awareness about the body image, gender, sexuality, STI, and there is a adolescent reproductive and sexual health strategies that create the preventive, promotive, and curative service for the adolescent with the public health facility, such as adolescent-friendly health centers. So my question to let us start discussion. Even there are so many laws and so many programs running in the India, why still there is so many teenage pregnancy we are seeing? So any of you can start. Bhavik, Dr.
Yes,
Nitu.
sir.
Yeah.
The legislative aspect regarding prevention of child marriage is a very good thing, but we have seen in number of the communities which are still, I would say, socially not that sound or socio-economically backward communities, they still promote early marriages before 18. And once the marriage is done, the lady has to go to the in-laws, and ultimately they will be pregnant in, say, first or second year of their life. So teenage pregnancy is still, that's why common, because the child marriages are still going on.
So you
in
say
some of
that
the
yeah, there are legal by the government, there are legal framework is there, but the social factors is responsible for this teenage pregnancy.
Yes,
So
yes,
you
sir,
mean to say
100%.
that? So
Yes.
anyone?
Yeah, Sir, can I add?
Yeah, Varsha, yeah.
Yeah, when you say a teenage pregnancy, we have a variety of diversity at many places where recently I've been shifted to such an extreme tribal zone as an representative of medical fraternity of that district. As a civil surgeon, I'm seeing it's a custom. So the boy and a girl, they go along and she becomes pregnant. There is no custom of marriage, or there is no custom of getting together by any other means. So it's a different social aspect to it, that teenage pregnancy is very, very, very common. I would say here it's 50%. 50% of the couple, the girl come with teenage pregnancy, that is less than 20, and they're not married. So it is acceptable in the society. Here, if you want to control it or educate them, it is only by counseling, to making them aware of what are the dangers of teenage pregnancy. That's it.
Yeah, but so you say it is again, you are saying that it is a social problem, but how to tackle that
Spite,
problem?
yeah, in spite of medical legal things in picture, to tackle this problem is really a big responsibility. So first, foremost is you have to talk to the community. You have to tell them the risks of the teenage pregnancies, and before that, adolescents should be taken care. So during adolescence, early toddlers, like they should be taught about the sex, as well as and talk about the contraception, to talk about the responsibilities towards society.
So do you feel it is a more of the rural problem rather than the
No, in
urban problem?
cities also. Cities are the crowd. The adolescents are confused. They have a knowledge through the media, but they are confused population. So they go according to the knowledge by Google. So they are the different category altogether. There also we as a gynecologist, all pediatricians, the social activists should talk to these adolescents and teach them proper the anatomy of the reproductive tract, physiology of what are functions, how the pregnancy occurs, and how to prevent it. So all these factors are to be tackled differently at different areas, rural, tribal, and urban areas.
Right.
So I would like to add.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Manisha.
Manisha. Yes, sir. I think the problem is equally prevalent in both rural and urban. Though in rural, it may not be coming to the surface, it may not be getting reported. But when you go actually into the rural suburbs, you see there's so many teenage girls who are coming with unwanted or out of sexual abuse, child abuse, they are reporting to you. So still, I mean, it will not say, and the cause may be different. Maybe in urban, they are more educated, they are more exposed to media, and they are doing it as a part of experimentation or just exploration. But even in rural areas, it is still quite rampant and prevalent. It could be because of they are close family, they are male-dominated families, they are but still they are not reported. But the situation is prevalent equally in both rural and urban areas, I would like to say.
Dr. Manisha, do you feel that in rural setup, it is somewhat more difficult because there is a no proper infrastructure
Yes,
in
yes.
rural.
Because of
But
lack of
yeah.
education, yeah, and the acceptability, they are living with a traditional custom that is almost inbuilt into their minds since their beginning. I'd like to again reiterate what Monica Madam put a last slide as, that sexual education should begin from childhood at the age of 5 years, not at the adolescent.
Yeah, that we will discuss about the sexuality education. Yeah.
The brain starts identifying to sex at the age of 5 years. So from that, this should become, the sex education should take an integral part in our school education. The school, that we have to remove that taboo which has been so prevalent in our countries. It is good that we are coming up with all those education programs, the webinars and everything, but still in rural pockets, still it's the lot of things are untouched and unspoken still. So the programs are coming up definitely, but in rural areas, we need to reach to the community. Will still take some time.
Dr. Supriya, are you there? I'm not able
Yes,
to.
yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes. I am
yeah,
here.
Dr. Supriya, just I want to ask you one thing. There are laws are there, but still teenage pregnancy is there. So do you feel that laws are inadequate or that not much stringent as far as the teenage pregnancy are concerned? What do you feel?
Yes, see, it is not a new issue. Since long it has been trying to be tackled by the government, by the society. But there are certain social norms that they believe strongly, the public. So where there is less education, less awareness, those places they go for child marriage, young marriage, these teenage marriages, and there also they don't know what is the, they don't have any access to the contraception, also they don't have knowledge what are the basket of choices for them. So there's no proper counseling, they don't go to the.
No, we are that we will discuss later on. Just we are want to know that law is failing or what is the issue here?
Yes,
So law is not fair. Okay.
This is not failing, law is law, but people they don't abide by law and they don't implement properly what is said. So here is what I want, I will do like that. This is not, they think what is, why there is an in law for this such things. We are independent to do
Yeah,
that.
let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. What is law for? Law is for to obey certain rules. Like if we are going on the road, there is a traffic signal. If you don't give proper punishment for disobeying the rules, then there is a some memo will come. So laws are for that only, na. So here laws are that, but still teenage pregnancy is rampant. So,
I will add it to it. See,
yeah.
yesterday only I had a talk with first class magistrate about the POCSO and medical legal litigation. Because here it's almost 50% teenage pregnancies. And I talked to him, and what he said, when you complain to the police about the POCSO,
that we
because
will discuss later on, but still,
okay,
yeah,
then
yeah.
when
we
the
will cover.
police don't act, why don't police act? The thing is, it's a social burden. It's a risk to the police also, because it's a custom there. It's not something which has been very abnormal for the society. And court look at the issue as a social aspect. What is harming to whole the society? So early marriages, teenage pregnancies are harming individual, not to the whole society. So implementing the act is problem with the police as well as the legislative people. So that is what he answered me.
Yeah,
So
sometimes the lack
all
of
in all,
education is one of the
Neeraj sir, I
factors.
would like to say something.
Yes.
All in all, what we can conclude from this discussion so far regarding increased incidence of say teenage pregnancies. So number one is early child marriages then are going on. So the counseling here is required for the parents of those children who are being married at an early age.
But Bhavik, let me tell you one thing. You are counsel the parent, but they say that we can't afford the education, and if a girl passes certain age, they will not get a chance to marry. So how will you
we
tell
have got
that?
got the solution for that.
Yeah.
So what we can do is we can counsel those parents. Okay, let us don't go for child marriage. So that is one thing. Number two is, even if at all you marry a girl at the age of say 16, 17 or whatever, don't send it to the in-laws before she goes to the 18, and counsel that girl that you don't have to be pregnant before 20 at least. So this is one of the way that we can prevent teenage pregnancy. Number two is, in Gujarat, in a few years ago, in Corona time, some of the communities have issued the guidelines that today onwards, in our marriages, no money will be wasted in this Dahej and many other things. The guest of say 300, 400 will not be there now. And this is how the burden of the parents of the girl will be prevented. Similarly, what we want to do is, whoever the backward communities are in India, there should be a central guideline from the community. यानी कि अगर कुछ कम्युनिटी के हेड एक गाइडलाइन बना दे कि अब इस हमारी कम्युनिटी में आज से कोई भी इस उम्र से पहले शादी नहीं करेगा, और अगर कर दिए तो ससुराल लड़की नहीं जाएगी. तो वी वांट सम गाइडलाइंस फ्रॉम सोशल लेवल. नेशनल लेवल गाइडलाइंस आर ऑलरेडी देयर, बट व्हाट वी वांट इज सोशल गाइडलाइन. यानी मुखिया अगर बोल दे कि हमारे गांव में ये नहीं होगा, तो ये हो सकता है.
Correct. Only laws will not be able to
That is
prevent
the
the
solution,
early marriage
actually.
and teenage pregnancy.
Exactly.
Only law
It
will not.
should come from the should come from the society, one, and the second, enforcement has to be there. In some of the slowly it should the police should do, or legal people should enforce the law, not drastically, but at least some binding, some restrictions should be made.
सोशल बाइंडिंग में डेफिनेटली वर्क किया. अगर किसी ने 20 साल से पहले लड़की को ससुराल भेजा, तो उस समाज को ये यानी उस फैमिली को हम ये करेंगे या वो करेंगे, तो उस डर से भी लोग जो है वो फॉलो करते रहे.
That's true. That's a good solution.
Dr. Varsha, we as an Indian are we are Jugaadu people. We find some solution whenever there is a law. So law will be never able to prevent this problem.
No, but see, slowly, if one or two cases are POXO, they enforce, or they put it on the boy, so that message goes to the society that, see, if there is an early marriage, whenever I go for the talk, I purposely take boys in the girls talk. Okay, I take both of them. So I always enforce that boys should be aware that there can be a litigation of POXO Act on them. So they get aware of it. So it's one of the kind of education or counseling to boys also. So I think, in Nasik, when we saw, there are cases happened on the boys of early marriages. We started registering the teenage pregnancies into the register, and then we send it to police. Not every case we send it to police, but we put a register and we just document and we produce it to. And even there are in Nasik, there are that Sarpanch, police patil should look at the marriages which they register. They have to go and they have to register the teenage marriages less than 20. So it's a responsibility of revenue department also. They also are into the picture or implementing this law.
Yeah, that is a very debatable part of the POXO Act and the consensual sex before 18. That we will cover later on, because it is so much controversy about that. Apurva is there?
Sir, yeah.
Any take?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, first of all, thank you so much. It's wonderful to be part of this really a different roundtable conference. So first thing what I will advise you now, because many times these are the very controversial topic. Whatever my dear friend Bhavik is telling, or Varsha ma'am is telling, or you are telling, it's absolutely debatable. But what at the end, our audience should get a take-home message which should be law bounded. Okay, like there is a debatable topic that whether the consent of sexual intercourse or marriage should be 18 or 16. Maybe many of are in a support, like me and Neeraj sir are support of 16 year. Okay, but what the law is saying? Yes, what Dr. Bhavik is saying and what Dr. Varsha madam is saying, ki it is not only the impose of the law, it is a social issue. And unless and until our government find this, it is a social issue, we are unable to find any solution of that. We have a khap, in the most of the UP, in most of the Haryana or in Rajasthan, they have khap panchayat, even though don't know have the law of the Indian. Okay, finally the Supreme Court or the the Sambidhan and these are the upper, but they have more belief on that khap panchayat. So those we have to find it, that it is a social problem, and unless and until that social thing, those Kha Panchayat is a part of that round table meeting who is making that law, we are unable to find the solution. I am telling you, today I have seen at least 50 to 40 patients, ANC patients. At least 3 to 4 patients are there which are by Aadhaar card, their age is less than 18. And I'm very much sure that Bhavik, he is also working in a small place, and other Supriya ma'am is also working in a small place. We are saying this type of patients, and we can't say ki bhaiya this is a case of marital rape. So we have to be very clear, and definitely we have to intimate the police. What I am doing, I have a register, okay, and I am just very politely that since okay, I know you are coming
Yeah,
with
that
your
we will cover
husband.
later on.
Okay,
So I can, yeah,
okay,
Apurva.
okay.
Just
So what the basic
any
line
point
message is
like
that it
law
is a
and the
social issue.
social. Yeah. Any
Yeah,
other
it is a
thing you?
social issue. That is the thing. Yeah.
Any other solution? No? Yeah. Okay, so
Sir, I would like to add that maybe
yes,
enforcing the law, because especially in the villages and rural areas, if we go and if the law enforces, they probably will not take it as easily unless if there's some of the local leaders or their local persons whom they identify as the role models. If they come and they along and if they promote, probably they have much belief in them, and they will definitely listen to them if they educate them about what could be the consequences of such kind of activities, how it can be detrimental to their physical health and all. Because if only law is there in our India, we know we are 10 reasons to know how to break the law. They will try to manipulate with the law, they will try to bribe you. I mean, they have n number of reasons to manipulate with the things. And so if unless and
One
until
more.
it comes from their own as their felt need that this is definitely wrong for them, then it will come as a self motivation. They will themselves do, and if it will only come if the local leaders are involved in all kind of healthcare programs and awareness and education. So because for them, they identify them as their role model. Rather than we going and telling them, they will just take it as an irrelevant education and just preaching, and probably it will not make that much of impact unless until if the local politicians or those whom they identify, then they can relate to, if they come along with us in this awareness programs. That's what I feel.
yeah.
Sir, I will just takes 10
One,
seconds. We
yes.
can also include, the religion person. For example, I am telling you, in our places, Ajan. During Ajan or after Ajan, many times they spread. Like, for example, I was there when the government launched the MR vaccination. So I was the actively participated in my district. We went to those masjid and we asked them, please, during your ajan, after your ajan, please ask your people, tell your people this MR vaccination is safe, please go. And believe me, this has a wonderful impact. And same with the corona vaccine. The government in our district or in Jharkhand or in many places, they requested the Maulvi Sahab in that masjid. They have the ajan and they included a mass thing. So we can also include that, the religious factor. And I am
Yes,
sure
yeah,
it will beneficial for that.
yeah, and the local leaders that
May
they
I
have
have a
belief
word?
in.
Yes,
Can
Anita,
I
madam.
say something?
Yeah, yes, madam.
If we will report all the cases under 18 to police, I think it will have a negative impact. All those patients will not come to qualified
Yeah,
doctors, and the purpose of saving the mother by bringing all the patient to the hospital will fail. So
No,
we should find
we
out
are not.
something else.
We are keeping that the POXO Act separately. There is a marriage act where you can't marry before the age of 18 in female and 21 for male. That we are discussing at present. POXO Act we will
Yeah,
cover later on.
but that also is valid.
Yeah, and anyone wants to pitch for the girls' education because it will definitely help to prevent the early marriages because girls will be self-sufficient. They will not depend on their any
School
anyone.
education definitely has a pivotal role, I would feel. So the school education starting from the age of 5-6 years, they have to have some kind of education in whatever form from their teachers, from the local bodies. That will definitely make a greater impact than we preaching them or the law being enforced.
Yeah, because many parts of India, the girls hardly after the primary education they don't go further, and that sometimes seen as a burden for the family. So they want to marry them. That is
Yeah,
also one
one
of the
more thing.
issues. Yeah,
After
Varsha.
they should know what are the contraceptive methods to prevent the pregnancy, as well after the pregnancy. Where are the hospitals or recognized places that we can access for the medical termination of pregnancy? So she should be taught all going beyond it.
Yeah.
Contraception and availing the service.
Yeah, that we will cover. Contraception definitely we are going to cover. So I think three factors: strict law, then social factor, and then we can take help of the religious leaders and local leaders so that we can prevent the early marriages and the teenage pregnancy, and the girl education, of course. So these are the four solutions we are coming to the end. So second point I want to discuss is about the consensual sex and POXO Act. Minor consensual sex is a gray area in the POXO Act, according to Bombay High Court recent judgment. The Bombay High Court has said that several countries have reduced the age of the consent for adolescent to enter in the consensual sex relationships, and it is a high time our country and parliament also recognize about the what is happening around the world. A single bench of the Justice Bharti Dongre in last year 10th July judgment expressed concerns over the increasing number of the criminal cases under the provision of the POXO Act, where the accused are castigated even when the victims, being adolescent, maintain that they were in the consensual relationship. Why it is not okay. With more than 250 million, 53 million adolescents, India is home to the largest cohort of the teenagers that anywhere in the world. And even though the premarital sex is a taboo, survey reveals that the vast number are the sexually active. And the more than 39% of the women told that in the NHF 5 survey, that the most comprehensive survey about the household by the government, that they had sex before they turned 18, and 10% in the 25 to 49 age group said that they have a sex before they were 15 years of age. So there is a one researcher from the Enfold Proactive Health Trust, a child charity, studied around 7,000 POXO Act court judgment delivered between 2016 to 2020 in the 3 Indian states, West Bengal, Assam, and the Maharashtra. And nearly half of the cases were involved between the age of 16 and 18 years. And the report released earlier this week found that the 1,700 cases, 1 in the 4 was fell within the romantic category. And this was the survey done by us, by our Foxy member. We have done the online survey where we asked them what should be the minimum age for the consensual sexual relationship. 40% said that it should be below 18 years, while 60% said it should be below 16 years. 16 to 18 years should be allowed consensual sex. So let's discuss about the consensual sex. What is your opinion? 16 years should be ideal, or it should be only 18 years and above? Varsa, you can start.
Yeah, the minor cannot give a consent for the sex.
Why?
So,
Why? Because so many people are involved in the sexual
it's
activity
according to law.
for 18.
What I'm saying.
Law. We are not talking about the law. We are talking what should be the law. We are not talking what are the present law. We are talking about the what should be the law. It should be they allow or not.
Well, even if we see that so many adolescents are indulging before 18 years of age, but still, as far as the physical maturation is concerned, as far as the mental, the psychological maturation is concerned, they have to be prepared for all those things also. We just don't have to go by the age. Are the body really matured by the age of 16? Are they really mentally and psychologically mature to take right decisions? So all those things I think should also be taken into care rather than just reducing the age just because they are indulging into all these activities in teen ages or pre-18 ages.
So you are saying not no before 18 years.
No, no.
Sir, may I? Sir, may
Yes,
I?
yes,
Law
Dr.
should
Neetu.
not be there. I mean, they are doing, but the law should stick to 18.
Yes,
Unless
Sir,
they are mature.
POXO, when initially it started in
Hello.
2012, it has emphasized that child was defined as less than 16 years of age. And it was increased from 16 to 18, sir. And there is a reason behind that. Because when it comes to consensual sex, then a minor between 16 to 18 can give her consent for sex. Consent for sex. But when it comes to law, then less than 18 years of age, a girl is having sex, or she is reported, or she comes to us with pregnancy, then we have to report under POXO Act, because it is a two different thing, POXO and consent for sex. Because it was
because POXO Act doesn't differentiate between these two. Point is
in
this.
the court of law, the accused used this terminology because this girl had given consent for the sex, and they used to get bail and they used to get away from the punishment. That's why this child definition was kept under 18, and 16 to 18 age, if even with consent, it is considered as offense under POXO Act. So consent, doing sex with consent, we should not promote below 18 years of age.
No, we are not promoting, but there are so many cases in the court where there are between 16 to 18 years, and they are under the POXO Act cases registered because of the family pressure, or from the pressure from the society, or from the social norms. Religious issues also there in such cases. So
they get reduction in their punishment, but it is not out of punishment totally. They get reduction that between 16 to 18 years if that girl consented or is married.
Law is there, but again, High Court is discussing this issue. Age of the consensual sex should be decreased from 18 to 16 years. So what's your opinion? It should be 16 years.
To allow a girl to be sexually active before 18 years of age is allowing the girl before 18 years to age for being pregnant. So once you are allowed to have sexually active, you will be pregnant in the next few months. We are not in a mood to promote more pregnancies before 18 years of age. So we should definitely not allow sexual relationship before 18 years of age.
So anyone here?
This is gold line dictate.
Anyone here in the table who is promoting for the
Sir,
16 year?
Just I am fully agree with what Neetu ma'am has told, Dr. Bhavik has told, but you have to understand and we have to accept the fact and that reality. There is n number of data and there is a good data, there is a good researches where they are saying ki even before the age of 18, at least 63% of teenage having the sexual intercourse. So, and they are specifically mentioned it is only the tip of the iceberg because they are projecting in the urban area. And I am really telling you, I am from a rural area, and in a rural area, even it is much more common than in the urban area. So we have to realize the fact, bhai, ki when it is there, yes, I am 100% agree with that. Ki, it has a very bad effect on the pregnancy if there is a teenage pregnancy or pregnancy before 18. But this consensual, because what this had now, what this cause, actually this caused a lot of criminal abortions. You know, it increases the criminal abortion. I have seen patients 17 years with a hysterectomy because it is a criminal abortion. It was so much
No, Apurva,
endometritis, and I have seen.
here. Yeah, Apurva, point here is that if boy and girl is in love and they are in the consensual relationship, so it should be criminalized or not? Because POXO Act is what was for the POXO Act? It was basically to safeguard the girls from the sexual harassment. But here it is not that the same issue. Here it is the
Absolutely.
issue is that they are in the consensual relationship, and sometimes happens because adolescent, whatever you try, that is a normal natural phenomena in the adolescent group. They can sometimes go cross the boundary and they can indulge in the sexual activity.
Absolutely.
To make that them count legally responsible is not the proper way.
Can
I
I
think
speak?
Randhir sir want to
Yes,
say something. Yes, sir, Randhir sir.
Yes, Dr.
Yeah,
Ranjan.
Neeraj and Apurva, just I'll interpret that, and the rest detailed discussion I will keep this in here. Please keep the dates 12, 13, 14 July in Bhopal, where I'm going to have a great discussion on this. And my viewpoint is that you should consider like this offenses done by our own child. Suppose our own child is 17 years. What being a parent,
Yes.
what we expect? जब तक आप अपने shoes में पैर नहीं डालेंगे, the decision will never come. So what my idea is there, you are being learned people here, because we have to make a draft, because here we are discussing not the what law. I think Neeraj Bhai is discussing that what, as per the High Court, which judges have instructed us,
yes,
we shall relax the age. Whether it is okay or not, that will justice will allow and our learned people will allow. But now my first question is that, does a less than 18-year physical human being, Homo sapien female, is capable of doing an intercourse? I'm not talking about the pregnancy. First intercourse, then MTP. Because we know 100% below 18 years, if they have intercourse and if they have accidental pregnancy, they will go for MTP. So my straightforward question is, how much safe they are below 18 years, consider 17 years. So you people tell whether they are physically, as a human being, fit for that or not.
There is a survey, let me say you, around 39% of the women told that they have sex. That is a National Family Health Survey. 40%.
No, being a medical, I'm telling you, when the uterus and everything, the fit is fit for have a pregnancy.
We are not promoting, but issue here is the, it is the right to criminalize this thing. We are not promoting.
No, Neeraj bhai, my question is that we also know the kids below 18 years, they have intercourse and relations, but does it is harming their any genital system, urogenital? Below 18?
If you go by our own previous generation, they used to get married at the age of 14 years, 15
so
years.
you have answered my question. Dadi, Nani were married at 16, 17 years, and my dadas were born at 17. And that mother lived up to 80, 90 years. You have answered my question. I got my answer by my history. So I think we should, what my started that, if that act, my own child is 17 years, I'll expect a little relaxation. I think that take home message you have answered very well. In the and Apurva, I also belong to a rural area, and we know it's more than the urban area what the data is there.
Dr. Supriya, are you there? What's your take? Dr. Supriya?
Supriya ma'am left actually, some emergency.
Okay.
So Apurva, I am right. In the rural area, it's more, no?
Yes, Dr. Supriya.
Yeah, ma'am.
What are you asking?
What should be the ideal age of the consensual sex? 18 year or 16 year? What's your?
Leave about the age. Leave about the legalities. No, Neeraj bhai.
Yes, yes.
I will say mostly. You have. If my point of view is mostly after 18.
Why? Because so many consensual. This is not about the ideal, but some by chance, if they happens to have a consensual sex before the 18, should it be criminalized? That point is here is this.
No, it's not to be criminalized, but then ideally, if somebody asks you should give your opinion to be, let them be mature, let them be, let them be safe. Many point of view, I prefer it should be after 16 to 18 like that, not before that.
So there is a need of the amendment in the POCSO Act where two things should be different. Consensual sex should have some minor offense. It should be considered as a minor offense and some minor punishment. And for the actual sexual abuse cases which are under POCSO Act should have a strict punishment. That's what I believe.
Yeah, it
Anita
should not
madam, yes.
be by age. It should be by consensual or non-consensual.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes. Yes.
It should be categorized into when
But
even
Varsha,
we stand in the court of law.
Yes.
है
So
ना
we are
रणजीत?
not
but
discussing
Varsha
what is
ma'am,
the
if the age
हाँ
is in POCSO Act is 18 years, unless that age is reduced in POCSO Act, you cannot get a relief.
That's true.
So, there should be some provision or amendment in the POCSO Act that
That's
consensual
why
sex should have a
Supreme Court has said that there are consensual marriage. They are definitely categorize it into it. So whatever the age, if it is consensual, it should not come under POCSO. That's why
yes.
that's
Yes,
why
that
the judgment is all about.
yes.
You
But
got
law
me?
is not differentiating between these two. Only
Agree.
every time you have to
Individually,
go into court and
individually.
prove it.
Yes, correct.
So there is a need to change in the law,
Yeah.
right?
Then
Yeah.
why 16? Tomorrow they'll say make it 14. So are
No,
we
no.
going to
So,
make it?
Manisha, therefore, I think
Yeah.
we should not come to
So then,
16. We can have a Manisha and Neeraj, we can have at least 1 year from 18 come to 17.
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah.
Okay.
Sir.
So
Yeah,
now
I
coming to the third point, that is the same-sex marriage. Recently, Supreme Court verdicted on the same-sex marriage. There is no fundamental right of the same-sex couple to marry, according to Supreme Court. So, can anybody take up the? It should be allowed or not? What are the right of the LGBT community? Yes, Versa, you as usual.
Though it has been legalized now, it should be
No, ma'am.
allowed.
No, it's not legalized yet.
Not legalized, ma'am. No. Varsha, ma'am,
No.
Not yet
no.
legalized. Okay.
And I think Apurva, 70%
accepted by the
we in
community.
India live. We 70% we live in India, rural area. So I don't think the government in coming 10-20 years will legalize what I feel.
legalize and what I feel that it should not be legalized
Yeah.
because
Therefore,
because we have to think of the generation and what we think. Okay, they have decriminalized it. That's okay. Now the relationship is not a it's criminal offense. They can leave, but marriage is not legalized. So if the marriage is legalized, then the structure of our marriage, what a human being, that structure has been broken. Then in a long term, I think it will cause a very problem in our society. First thing. Second
So,
thing,
Apurva, you
yes,
are
I
afraid
think
of the social structure, not about the individual right. Why? Because
that's the thing. That's the thing.
right
Yes.
to live the life he or she wants. Why?
Sir, just I want to point one thing. Whoever countries has legalized it, see the demographic data of those countries. Now they're crying with because their the population is decreasing so rapidly. So this marriage is not only the social issue; it is also very important to bring the offspring and to run this planet. What I feel.
Family system.
No, probably
Apurva,
I might be
see,
wrong. Yeah.
always a right, the law of right prevails the marriage act, and so it's that they always think all this where it has been legalized in any country, so they see that it's our human right, so it prevails any other act on any other special act. What I can say, they think about only the
Legalization in other sense will lead to promotion.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
What is legal point is that because LGBTQ community is also they have a valid point.
Yeah.
By making them legal, it is not like that we are promoting it. But if they are want to get married, then they should also have a right, because we can't deny human right basically. Yes,
Neeraj bhai, I think Neeraj bhai, there are two acts. I think human right is always there in European
people have to
countries.
prove.
Yeah. I think in European countries, if you see that the human right comes above the democracy in the those Western countries. But in India, our human right comes the first the democracy and the social structure. And what you see in the European countries where they have allowed the same sexes, ultimately they want a child, they will come to a ART, IVF center, because they need a same. So there the ART law, the gay people and same sexes are allowed, but in India in ART that is not allowed. So there are two law. Yeah, they will act together.
So should
We
it
have
be
to
changed, Dr. Ranjit?
we have to
Because it will
understand the
benefit
meaning
you.
of the marriage.
Yes. No, sir, but sir, this issue is not for benefiting IVF and all. We should not, as Apurva told, India is a democracy and the social structure. Now everybody is following us. Like now Modi is saying that we are going to be a world's developed countries. Now I think gradually it will be the best democracy, best social structure. That we should aim that.
As well, we have some family system which is coming since years. So we are like into that family system. What
Versa,
Apurva is saying.
Dr. Versa, if by that logic, divorce should not be allowed, if you say because we don't want to disturb the. At that point, divorces also should not be allowed. Because it is disturbing the social structure.
That is a debatable. See, that is again human right. That is again human right. If husband and wife don't want to be live together, it's a human right.
That's also human right. That's what human right always prevails any other law. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Then why we are denying these people? Because they are in a small number. That's why we are denying them their right.
Yeah, now you have come to democracy. They are the small number. If the number increases, as in the Western countries, India also will.
That will be
yeah,
the
then the
social
democracy is that number game.
Yes. Okay.
We have to make the another law for them.
Yeah, because Neeraj, you know that the bisexual people who are not XY or XX, they were not allowed for contesting the elections. Now they have allowed, you know.
Correct,
so
correct.
So gradually
development into law.
Yeah.
Depending on the environmental and other social factors.
And they won
law
in
is
Madhya
always a
Pradesh, the mayor.
progressive.
Yeah, and Varsha madam, the one mayor in the MP is same
Transgender.
bigender. Yeah.
Okay.
So, do you have time, Dr. Manisha?
Yes, you can have. Yeah, Neeraj bhai, you can continue.
Human rights are also applied to this community.
Yeah.
So coming to the adolescent contraception.
I would like to add one thing, that after the issue of legalization comes, the next issue comes is social acceptance.
Social acceptance nowadays not that much issue. It is. Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Leah, you can continue. Time is there.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. So coming to the adolescent contraception, this is the data. We suggest that it is a first study. If you go by the data, the male IUD is around 0.5%, pill is 3.9%, condom is 4.4%, and other method is 0.3%. So whenever any adolescent people come to us, there are three categories. One category is that we will not provide because there are so many reasons. It is unacceptable to them. They fear about the society reactions and their own reputation, lack of training and knowledge, fear of the side effect of the method, and it is illegal. That is the most important point, because so many times we don't prescribe, we cannot prescribe OC pills to adolescent people because it will come as a illegal. Then second category of us is the hesitant. They does not agree but can provide the method if the client insists. Will only provide the information, but they will not provide the method. and the third one is the motivational. They will provide both the information and the contraceptive method. So these are the three categories as far as the when adolescent come to the private practitioner. So what's your take? All the member, should we allow the adolescent contraception, because it is not at present we can prescribe by some other method, like we can prescribe OC pills for their bleeding problem, but not for the contraception, because
Sir,
it
it is the
definitely
need of
allow.
the hour, sir. It is the need of the
Need of the-
hour, because adolescent health includes contraception. So we should be providing contraceptive advice to adolescents, sir.
then,
It is
then
the part
again
of it.
then again you are saying that the age of the consensual sex should be 18 years. Then why
It
you
is,
want
that's
to
why it is India, sir. It is India. Because
on one end you are saying that there should be no sex
on one
between
hand, we are
18
saying, yes, they have right. They have right for sex. They have sexual right. And at the other hand, there is law. Because
Then
both
you-
are there. Now we have
then
to
you will-
just make a balance.
then you will send them into jail under POCSO Act.
Yeah, I think Neeraj, if you have
Pregnant and come to
prescribed,
me.
Neeraj bhai, suppose you write contraception to younger, I think you will be all the part of a crime, because
Yes,
किसी भी crime को support करना, you will be same.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And
We are
just
not
I want
supporting
to
sex. We are supporting
I just want to
education.
add one thing. When Neeraj sir took over as a chairperson in 2020, and me, Neeraj sir, and the guidance of Neeraj sir, I was there. We make a module of the sexuality education. And what our thought process that we give training to all the Foxian, we distribute that module, and with that module, they can go to the schools, colleges, and they give the education. And believe me, we have 18 faculties all over the India from different parts who are working in adolescent, we are working in sexuality. But still, this is not approved by our own organization, Foxy, cited that it is not under the POSCO Act. So this is what we doctors are supposed to be the most sensitive one, most receptive one. We are, people think that we can bring a change, but it is the law which actually hindered us for applying the sexuality education in the high schools and colleges. And we have to accept this. And we have such a wonderful module. We will share if you want, we can share, but it is not approved. So that is the thinking, and that is the reality of sexuality education. Whatever जितने ढोल नगारे हमें बजाना है बजा लेंगे, but the reality यहीं पर आ जाता है. Every time it is a POSCO Act, POSCO Act, POSCO Act. So we are not able to do anything. So that is the truth, and that is the reality. We should accept it.
डॉक्टर अपूर्वा, आप कितने भी मॉड्यूल बना लें, फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी कितना भी लेके आए, संसद में पास नहीं है तो नहीं है, तो योर मॉड्यूल्स आर बेसिकली फेलियर. इतनी मेहनत से आपने मॉड्यूल बनाया है. आई थिंक सपोज सी एनी एडोलेसेंट गर्ल लेस देन 18 years, हाउ यू कैन प्रिस्क्राइब अ ड्रग? आप ये भी नहीं बोल सकते कि सपोज यू हैव एन एक्सीडेंटल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, सो क्या करना है? सो आई थिंक लीगली वी आर एट वेरी वेरी क्वेश्चनेबल पोजीशन.
Absolutely.
And imagine a scenario where adolescent will going to the chemist shop to buy the condom. They don't dare.
See, medical store people can say she's buying for her elder sister. See,
Yes.
medical store में कई बहाने हैं.
Yeah, but they will give him lecture because they are known to him, because in locality also they will go somewhere else, and so many issues.
नहीं, तो इसका आंसर ये है नीरज भाई, इसका आंसर ये है कि जैसे एमटीपी किट अब मेडिकल स्टोर वाले नहीं बेचते हैं, because if they sell it they are under criminal. So same you are asking that if minor goes and asks contraceptives from a medical store, so they have to write your age. She will write from instead of 16 she will say I'm 18. That's all. India है, it easily हो जाएगा. क्यों वर्षा मैम? I think that medical store, he is not going to ask Aadhaar card.
But you cannot prevent yourself counseling and advising them. See, adolescents come to you, take this opportunity to teach them, to inform them. When coming to the OC pills and prescribing any contraceptive, whatever you do good in good faith to the patient is exempted from law. This,
No, ma'am.
this
No, no,
you
no,
have
ma'am.
to remember.
No, Dr. Varsa, I don't agree
See,
that.
you have to
Because-
defend it on the paper that what you are prescribing, why are you prescribing?
No,
No,
no, no,
ma'am.
no, it's not like that, Varsa. I
No,
think
ma'am.
it's not
Varsha ma'am, इसका ये मौका
I would like to
आप
say
कैसे
something.
कैसे फंसेंगे? I'll tell you. Patient को कुछ हो गया, they will say कि patient को मैडम ने बोला है कि you can do the intercourse sexual with the consent and you will not be in trouble. मैडम ऐसे हम फंस जाएंगे.
I would
So
like
never
to
do.
are you there?
WhatsApp,
Adolescent committee
आजकल
person.
WhatsApp, your phone call सब record होता है. मैडम never do.
Dr. Supriya, are you there? I think she is not there.
I think
Supriya?
madam is busy.
I would like to say something.
Okay, okay.
I think she's busy. Yes.
But
So-
in the school health,
Sir, contraception.
they do educate what is the, how do we like, what are the contraceptives?
But what is the point if we can't prescribe? We all talk about the adolescent contraception, but we can't prescribe. Then what's the use of this? All this?
I would like to say
Modules,
something.
modules we have Foxy has made.
Hello.
Yes, Bhavik. Yes,
only in
Bhavik.
the module.
If any couple less than 18 years of age comes to you for the advice of contraception, it means they have already started being sexually active. Then
yes.
they will come to you for the contraceptive advice.
Yes.
Those being an educated group of people of the society, we should counsel them about the laws and their rights of being sexually active, whether they are allowed to do or not. And we should prescribe that we have advised them not to continue the sexual intercourse before 18 years of age. We should
So-
prescribe that we have advised
So
this
adolescent
regarding-
contraception is
That's
just for
all
the
theory.
book, not for the practical purpose. So you
Yeah,
want to tell?
This is all a theory.
I will inform them all the laws regarding this, that before 18 you should not be sexually active and you should stop doing this. You should be active after 18 years of age.
Yeah,
And then you
doctor,
should
but
see me. I will prescribe medicine for
but
you.
what law says that they should know all the laws?
Yes, but we are the educated group of people of this society. We should educate them about the law.
Actually, they should know the law before having. I mean,
Yeah, I
this
think
is what the law says.
yes.
Basically,
Yeah, I think-
contraception. Contraception is not only for the prevention of pregnancy; it's also prevent the STI, which is a common problem in adolescent because they are sexually active. So we are denying them so many advantage of the contraception
in
by
adolescent program, in the government adolescent program, government has kept vending machines of condoms. Then how is this? Like they are providing, I don't know, I'm not getting this.
Ma'am, Varsha ma'am,
At the colleges, I don't know.
Varsha ma'am, government के पास
Rashtriya
immunity है. Government has got immunity to protect them. They are not under the criminal law or consumer forum.
Correct.
It's all
Not
private
we
people
doctors
here.
are under the
Only the
criminal law.
doctors are under the law. Okay, fine.
I think Apurva, the doctor has told very perfectly that जब भी कोई patient आए child, it's very easy. Now I got a message. So and so child came. I have advised her that doing a sex before 18 years is criminal
Yes.
law and inform
the
to the
law.
patients regarding. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Bhavik.
But what about the contraceptive advice then, Dr. Ranti?
No, you cannot write contraception. You will. आप उसको जो भी बोले सही है.
So
आप 18 साल के बाद आना, तब आपको advice मिलेगी. अभी आप बंद कर दो.
In the prescription, POSCO Act has explained reassurance. Do it after 2 years.
Acha, Apurva, we can write this. If a patient is coming at 17 year, these are intercourse before 18 is illegal. Once you reach after 18, these are contraceptions. I think that we can do.
Verbally you can inform.
I can write on the paper also.
On written
Right
also,
also.
sir.
Yeah, you can write
After
also.
18 years, if you are married,
Follow-up. We should write follow-up at the age of 18 years. We should write follow-up at the age of 18 years.
Take-home message, Neeraj, bhai, we got at least safety. I think, what is your comment, Neeraj bhai? I can write on the prescription?
Yeah, why not, sir?
ideally.
Dr. Varsha will be Varsha can answer
Suggestion,
better.
Dr. Randir, I think.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. So sexuality education, we already covered by Dr. Monica. We are not going into that. Then unsafe abortion. Unsafe abortion is the third leading cause of the maternal death in the country, contributes to the 8% of all such death annually, and nearly 6.4 million pregnancies are terminated every yearly. And as per WHO, around 7 million women are admitted to hospital every year in developing country as a result of the unsafe abortion. So unmarried adolescents decide to terminate their pregnancy more frequently than the other group. And every 8 minutes, a woman in developing country dies of the unsafe abortion. So, but there are various barriers for the assessing the abortion service, like restrictive customs and law in some culture, obsessions toward having a male child, poor availability of the services, high cost, stigma about the healthcare provider, unnecessary requirement such as mandatory waiting period, mandatory counseling, provision of the misleading information, medically unnecessary test, asking for the unnecessary consent, even if they are adult, and easy availability of the abortion pill from the chemist without the prescription, all that lead to the unsafe abortion. So how we can prevent the unsafe abortion in our country? Dr. Varsha, can you?
Yeah, here you have to first of all strengthen the services of medical termination of pregnancy in government or in places where they can reach. They are, and actually you have to make people aware of having services, availing the services in the jurisdiction where they are staying. Secondly, unsafe abortion. So provide them the safe abortion practices, comprehensive care along with the contraception, as well as treat. You have to provide them services of complications to deal with. So you need to have a comprehensive abortion care provision.
But suppose take an example.
There are only two. There are only two parts.
1 minute. Yes, Bhavik, 1 minute, 1 minute. Suppose 17-year girl goes to any gynecologist with the 10 weeks of pregnancy. But because there are so many, we are so much fearful about the law that we deny them the services, and ultimately they lead to the they went to the unsafe abortion for the quack. So
then we are at fault.
Because we are not.
So that is what I said, that strengthening the
We are at fault
services,
then.
including doctors should be strengthened with the saying that they should provide the services if they are registered, their place is registered.
But we are because we are afraid of the laws, because we are afraid of the police basically. So we are not
have to take out the
taking
fear
that
from
such
them. You
type
have
of
to take
cases.
multiple CMEs for them. So you have to make them strong.
Because you never know how police will deal with you.
Sir, in this case, we can report to the police, and
But problem is that only police is the basically problem.
sir, but it is legal. We can do it. We can report it because it is legal, and we can provide, and we should not deny any type of abortion care to any individual.
It's not question of we should, but what is the practice? Majority of the gynecologists will refuse such a patient because of the law.
Government should make some provision that at some center, maybe at government accredited centers, such
all MTP centers are government recognized. That's not the issue.
No, maybe it may not be freely available, but at
No,
some
no. I think I'll share this. I think I'll share a very good case. I'll not name the city also. It was in Madhya Pradesh. One minor abortion was done with the consent of parents and the female child also at the age of 17. And it was solved coolly. They did not inform the police. The boyfriend came in the picture and the police came in the picture. Really, that couple doctor, they are both husband-wife gynecologist. They were really अपने आप को छिपा के यहाँ वहाँ भाग रहे थे unless they got the bail from the High Court. So what Dr. Manisha is that without police, you cannot even write. If patient X comes, You have to immediately, it's like a pre-MLC, right? Pre-MLC.
You have to report it.
After 20 weeks, you're forming a
So
special.
that's why they go to the unsafe practice. Now, basically, so many formalities are there.
Yeah, like how in MTP we have relaxed
Formalities
by increasing the gestation. So maybe for such cases we can form a board or something like that under which these cases may be handled rather than straight away refusing to all patients, because the cases will come to us.
Because we have to
This
make
is not about
I
we
would
have
like
to
to
make
inform.
very
I
accessible
would like to
food,
say
na, it
something
is
here.
about the age.
to prevent the unsafe abortion. We have to make
I would like
MTP
to say
You have
accessible
to,
to every
you
level.
have to provide the safe abortion care to
See, it
I
is
would
that
like
not
to
an
say
issue
something
of
here.
it is not the issue of unsafe abortion, it's the issue of medical legal litigation. Doctors are going out. So we have to make the change a little bit, that whatever the patient come, you have to see the patient medico legally rather
Yes.
than empathetically.
Yes.
So you have to be more documentive and you have to put it on the paper, then you are safe. If you are not
It's not question about
where
you.
you see
You
the
are safe.
patient.
What's the point about from the patient's point of view? Because they will fear so many. If you ask them so many questions,
No,
you
you have
ask
to
them to
explain
go
to the
report to the
patient
police.
Hey,
You
that
will ask
this
why
is
are
for
we
their
still doing
welfare
it.
only, sir. At the end,
Yeah, we
it
have
is
to
for
tell
their
to the
welfare.
patient. No, we have
I
to
think
counsel
Dr. Khatri want to say something.
Yes, I want to say something. So the question is how we can prevent unsafe abortion. Number one is don't allow this age group to be pregnant. And how we can do it, we have discussed in
They are
teenage
pregnant.
pregnancy.
Now what to do? No,
Yes,
Bhavik,
yes,
we
I
have
am
to
coming
slide
to that
number
point.
one.
They are already
How do you
pregnant.
prevent?
How we can do that, we have discussed in prevention of teenage pregnancy. Now, number two, how we can prevent unsafe abortions. Number one, safe abortions can be performed only at the setup of gynecologists in hospitals only. So what we have to do is, once they come to us, yes, once they come to us, we have to inform this according to the POXO Act. Number one hurdle is once you call the police, the problem starts. There are so many other methods of information as well. And those are, number one, either you can write down and send it to your nearby police. And number two is you can send email to the superintendent of police of your area. Email. The email is equally valid because it is also a way of documenting it, and it's a proof that you have informed to the police. And number two is do all the DNA procedures and whatever is required after proper consent. Preserve the parts and then send it to police that I will perform this, and now I'm sending this particular thing to you for your consent.
That's whole point is valid. But my point is here is that the MTP Act and the POXO Act, there is a somewhat problem between these two, because MTP Act says what every woman has a right for the MTP, while POXO Act says that you have to fulfill some formalities and then only you can go on for the termination.
No,
So
MTP law, we need a MTP law never says
Because
the
the
right of the
POXO Act has
It's
come,
never
we have to
ever,
save
it's
ourselves.
never a right of the woman. It is she can undergo the pregnancy after she lies into the indication that doctors decide. It's
No,
not her
basically,
right.
MTP Act was made for the because we want to
Prevent
prevent so
illegal
many
abortion.
unwanted pregnancy. No,
Yeah, no. It was for unsafe abortion, criminal abortion. It was enforced for that.
Yes, so same applies for the adolescent people. But there are so many strict law that why they don't come to the safe abortion centers and they go some other tracks for
And
their
one
abortion.
more point, being me an appropriate authority of this district, what I see that those centers I have registered, I go and my team go and inspect. Whatever centers they are registered for PCP and my team goes in. I do not go to the center where the illegal abortions are happening. My team doesn't go.
Yeah.
That's one of the other loopholes where the illegal abortions are happening, where it's not a registered place, the person is not registered. So government now has to enforce the law they have to go to those people, those who are performing the illegal abortion.
But it's not possible. We have so much population. How government can tackle this issue?
No. Government has to do that. Otherwise, we cannot prevent.
Madam, I'll answer to Dr. Khatri's point. Khatri, you have told that just inform a letter instead of calling a call to police. just inform a letter or email. This means you want to do your intention is to help the patient, breaching the law in between. You want to do the DNC, and at the simultaneously you don't want the physical presence of police also. I think this is a trouble for us. What I think is a beach ka jo rasta hai, what I think is that you have to inform police. Like in pre-MLC, how you can do in accidental cases that you inform the police, you are saving a life in accident, that femur fracture, because the patient is going to die. So before the police comes, you can continue the treatment. Here, if the patient is not bleeding, patient is safe, they will say in the court, why you have done MTP at that urgency? What is the urgency? You could have waited for a few minutes, few hours and that.
Correct,
So how
correct.
you will tackle, Dr. Khatri, answer that question to me.
First, we have to confirm that the police has been informed. How we can conclude? So once the email has been replied by the proper agency, we can come to know that yes, the police has been informed. And number two is once you have performed the procedure, you cannot discharge the patient until and unless the police procedure has been completed. So you have to wait till the procedure has been completed. You have to keep the patient admitted.
I think that is a very good answer. I think on this line,
One point is that if patient doesn't want to, if adolescent patient don't want to go inform police, then what?
No,
that is not
namaskar,
the option available.
Cannot do that.
That is not the option available.
Yeah, namaskar. Yeah.
We are not.
I mean,
I'm
what
not
you
saying
are-
about
you
the
are not-
present situation. What should be the ideal situation where we can prevent, we can allow this adolescent for the proper access of the termination. And
I think Khatri has told very good. जैसे हमने आंसर दिया था वहां पे एडोलेसेंट के लिए who came at 16 year कि कॉन्ट्रासेप्टिव चाहिए, we'll teach them it's illegal, you can apply this after 18 years. So here also don't choose any center where the police is not informed. Your life will go. If you tell to this patient and father that if you're searching a bad center illegal, you're going to lose your uterus, your own future complications and the life. अगर हमने ये समझा दिया पेरेंट को और चाइल्ड को, आई थिंक एजुकेशन सिस्टम आजकल सब गूगल करते हैं, एटलीस्ट दे विल कम टू नो अनसेफ प्रैक्टिस में वर्षा मैम एंड नीरज, आई थिंक कुछ कमी आएगी.
Thank you. So I think we are running very late. So
we are
we
too
conclude
late
this roundtable discussion. So we need large-scale awareness drives to curb the rising pandemic of the unchecked adolescent sexuality and their problem. With this note, we will complete this roundtable discussion. Thank you all the participants and thank you Dr. Rantir also and Dr. for actively participating in this roundtable.
Neeraj, and I got a good matter from here, Dr. Khatri and Dr. Varsha to आएंगी, Dr. Khatri and Neeraj, we have to keep the 12, 13, 14 July. I am going to have a very good, and I might call a Union Health Minister also, at least some part who will be the implementing authority also.
आप बुलाए हम ऐसे तो हालात नहीं.
So Dr. Monica done very well.
Thank you, Monica.
We just crossed 4 hours.
I know, that is why I had to rush to the clinic down. So
Madam, our normal is 3.5 hours, but today was, we are crossed.
हम लोग ज्यादा बोले ना, big lectures and everything.
What we will talk.
There
for
should
so
be
many
no bandish of time. People should speak their heart out, and people who want to leave can leave, but everybody should get the opportunity. My take is that, madam.
नहीं, but you have done a wonderful program.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is only because
Dr. Randir sir, so much inputs from you on some legal issues, everything. As it is, I met you so many times in MCM, no?
We missed you on the adolescent contraception. Supriya, I was searching for you.
Supriya ma'am, whole 40,000 obstetrician and 1.25 crore में I think adolescent Neeraj bhai 20 crore तो होंगे, 25 crore. Madam, you have to decide your all shoulder. You are now heading that committee. Adolescent, you have to take and put the points, put along with the Foxy president, mail it to the Union Health Minister. They are very helping man. My classmate is from RSS, is a BJP chairperson. But I'm telling you, the Health Minister, what you want. But whatever I asked, medically, what is that? I think by this discussion, at least we need at least few reaction from 18 to 17 year for POXO and MTP because they are confusion of.
Rantir, you should have been invited him also in this. discussion.
No,
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 I'm,
he has
I'm,
been
I'm,
very
I'm
much
the
into it.
co-convener. Nilesh
I
bhai,
hope
I'm
you
the
will invite
co-convener.
him in
He will
Bhopal.
invite
I
in
hope you will
Bhopal.
invite
He
him
will
in
invite in the
Bhopal.
VP conference.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
No,
was really
you know
wonderful.
what? We can talk
Neeraj sir,
to
very
Jaideep
good
ma'am.
roundtable discussion, Neeraj sir. Very good
Thank you,
roundtable.
Neeraj.
Yeah,
This was
Supriya ma'am,
perfect.
you were saying something?
I was telling you, Dr. Jaideep Tank does lots of this advocacy works, and for MTP, for oxytocin, he
ma'am,
did so
yeah.
much work. So he can do for this POXO also whatever we want to
Yes.
put, you know. So I'll put forward the points.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
To remove the consensual sect from the POXO Act.
It is very difficult, although.
Yeah,
But
Supriya ma'am, always when I say na, Bandhir, I'm coming from Home Minister, Health Ministry from Delhi to Mumbai. I think he's
yeah,
very active and he's
very.
taking our points.
Yes. So thank you so much for this wonderful webinar today.
Thank you
you
so
Thank
much.
you.
And at the
Thank you,
outset, I would
everyone.
again like to thank all the Foxy office bearers, especially my committee chairs, past committee chair, Dr. Neeraj Yadav, present committee chairs, Dr. Supriya Madam and Dr. Apurva, for this wonderful, wonderful webinar. And we are really privileged to have listened to all the pearls of wisdom. Hoping for another get together next week, next Tuesday, we are coming with ISAR Perfection Series, episode 31, dedicated to procedures for effectiveness in the Please join us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wonderful. You're doing
Thank you.
very good
Bye-bye.
activities. Very well.
Thank
Madam.
you, Supriya ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
ma'am.
to my
Thank you.
Bye,
coordinators.
everyone.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Vishal.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
Thank you.
Manisha.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please log all
मेरा
please
वो
log
मैसेज
dates for the
मुझे
Bhopal.
भेज दे
Bhopal is a very beautiful city. आपको हम दिल से प्यार करेंगे. आपको अच्छा साइंटिफिक देंगे, अच्छा खाना देंगे, अच्छा भोपाल की खूबसूरती दिखाएंगे.
सर उसके बाद आपको यहाँ
Ujjain
आना
is
होगा
there,
लास्ट वीक
Bhojpur
में.
temple is there.
Hospitality.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, we have to come to Patna. Yeah, ma'am.
Yes,
after
both
2
of you.
weeks, go to Patna also.
Yes, yes, definitely
Yeah, ma'am.
yes. Okay.
Thank you,
Bye
ma'am.
then.
Good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone. Good
Bye.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
So we are done. Bye.